Howdy, howdy, good morning. Back to Umineko. We're gonna... Second. The music's so loud. Yeah, let me turn that down a bit. We're gonna try doing 3 chapters here. See how long those take. I think the next one's gonna take like a couple hours. It was said yesterday. You only do that one chapter, take a break. You know the usual. But yeah, it was... We're thinking about trying to complete everything today, but we might have to split it into one more stream, which I might either do tomorrow or Monday, but I guess we'll see. We'll see how we feel. It can go on for a while. It is Saturday after all. The weekend proper. Anyway, let me... Okay, there it is. Ba-da-da-ba-bum-bum. I like this like music box thing where I could just listen to music here. I don't like is how the music goes away. Oh well, where we started or left off at, there was music playing, so it's not just gonna be wind and rain sounds like the other times. Yeah, we have this. Alright, so where did we last left off? We finally got to see the first Twilight. And due to Erica, like, not using her detective's proclamation, says she can beat Battler without it. She went and investigated all the scenes. It's crazy that Battler just freaking killed himself. But, right, she went through all the scenes, and though she did like a very fast investigation, she wasn't able to 100% confirm if they were like actually dead or alive. No cause of death either. Yo, howdy, howdy. What else did we leave off on? Oh, right, we got like a red truth that Rudolph, Hideyoshi, Goda, Rouse, and I think Genji was in that? Maybe not. But at least those 4 were not the culprits. But Erica, like, kind of separated them all and told Rudolph and Hideyoshi that she thinks the servants, and most notably Goda, is probably one of the main culprits. However, Erica knew better. So it's impossible for Goda to be involved in any way. But yet she told that. She told them that even though she knows it's a lie. I think just trying to mostly gauge reactions by feeding false information. Or information she knows for sure is false. Right, and then we had all the stuff with Jessica and Kyrie. Next was fight again. What? I guess Rosa didn't put up much of a fight, but Maria certainly did. Oh, Canon and Shannon took care of those two. And then it was Beatrice's turn. fight Natsui. Had some more intermissions with Angie and Toya. Featherine, whichever name you want to call her. Potatoes. And noticing a lot of references to like love and stuff in this episode. Without love, it cannot be seen. Where they proposed a handicap for Erica. Of course, Battler going along with it. Even after stating, like, I think the previous episode before, how Burn and Lambda Delta have nothing to lose no matter what happens. Alright, this is where they woke up Erica. She went out and asked a few questions, ran around looking at the scenes. And they had their, like, oops. They're back and forth.
探偵権限などなくてもハンデにはなりません。かつてのバトラと同じ条件で戦っているだけなんですから。
How long is that line I accidentally clicked? And when they asked the questions, it was interesting. He answered, like, in red, but not like basically repeating what they asked. Acknowledged. I doubt that's... he's trying to deceive with the red like this. But it would be funny. Right, and they wanted to know Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda are not culprits. And he decided to answer it, but in more strict language. That Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda had no involvement in murdering these 6. How does making it more strict, like, help it out? And that means it was also impossible for any of the other humans who didn't even enter the locked room to have been involved in those murders either, doesn't it? Who knows? Think about it yourself. Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda. These 4 had no involvement in murdering these 6. Natsui, Eva, Kyrie, Rosa, Maria, and Battler. I wonder if he's using wordplay here himself. Maybe specifically with Battler? Because there's only one of each except for Battler. There's the Game Master Battler and then the Peace Battler. And he didn't... well, he made the language more strict for, I guess... Cross, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda. He didn't exactly specify which Battler, did he? He could be referring to himself there. He didn't want to say they weren't culprits. So they're still... I think... if he is messing with that kind of wordplay, then that leaves it open to them, to one of them actually being the culprit. And he was using his own, like, name there. That also leaves room that they can still be alive, right? Because if they're still alive, then there's no murders in the first place. So of course they would have no involvement. Is interesting. The victims did not die by any method other than homicide. Okay, maybe that just confirms that they're actually were killed. I don't know. I think that still could leave room that he's using wordplay, using his own name in place of the Battler piece's name. That makes sense. Anyway, man, this is a long stream yesterday, and it doesn't feel like we've gone through that much. Anyway. Let me drink some more tea, and then we'll begin. Continue where we left off here. Interesting title. What, Detective Proclamation? She did say she wasn't going to use it, but Battler also left it as something she can use if she wanted to, for some reason. Don't know why he decided to give her that out with how powerful that stupid thing is. Well, I guess we'll see where it goes. Maybe that's why he ends up, like, getting in trouble near the end of this. Like how we saw at the very beginning. Oh, jeez, the hiccup's coming on strong. But right. Does it feel to play on the witch side?
不思議な感覚だな。かつては魔女側になんて有利なゲームだろうと思ってた。だが、いざ魔女側になってみるととんでもないな。
Girl's
こい
humbled.
つはまるで樽にナイフを刺してくパーティーゲームみたいなもんだ。
From the perspective of the human side, it feels like trying to shoot at a target hidden by mist. But from the witch side, a random shot might become fatal.
そんなゲームをかつての私は何度も繰り返していたんですね。
Yeah, the old Beatrice was sick.
ああ、まるでロシアンルーレットだ。それでもお前はいつか俺が気づくと信じてゲームを限界まで繰り返してくれた。
私が聞くのも厚かましいですが、一体バトラさんは
Oh, just straight up asking.
かつての私とのゲームの最後の最後で。
It was a strange question. In the past, Beto had always been the one posing it to Battler. But now that Battler had figured it out, Beto was the one asking him about it.
正反対だな。かつてはお前だけが覚えていて、俺だけが忘れていた。しかし今度は逆だ。
It did
俺
flip,
だけが
huh?
覚えていて、お前だけが忘れている。
Is it really forgetting it if she never knew it in the first place? Because this is Beatrice, but like a completely different person.
不愉快でなければ教えていただけませんか？
Dude's probably gonna say no.
教えるのはたやすい。でも教えたくない。意地悪のつもりはないんだ。ただ俺もわずかに奇跡を信じたい。
奇跡？
Hope that maybe you might remember, you dummy. Yes. This was the single miracle seed that Battler had preserved. Beto could remember a certain something without being told. That would prove that Beto had revived in the truest sense. So he wouldn't tell her. It was Battler's final seed, which existed because he still couldn't abandon his hope that Beto might revive.
バトラさんが話せないことなら私も聞きません。不愉快な思いをさせてしまったならどうかお許しください。
気にすんな。俺が未練がましいだけだ。
As she watched that sad smile, Beto's chest tightened. He was looking at her, and seeing the old her. Yes, I must become my former self, for his sake. My older sister who gets burned by spiderwebs, and I who don't, must become one. Surely it is more useful to him if I go on a journey to find myself now, than if I simply watch over his game.
今回のゲームはいかがです？勝てそうですか？
He made it.
勝てるつもりでいるさ。勝ってレアとの望み通りこの永遠の拷問を終わらせる。
終わったら世界はどうなるのでしょう？
Probably evaporate.
どうなるんだろうな。ただそれを俺たちは望んだんだ。
We, huh?
だからどんな結果が訪れようとそれを受け入れるつもりだ。
私はどうなるのでしょう？
Beto was uncertain. Even she was probably no more than a piece in this game. The game ended. Then would she, the one who'd been born out of that game's rules, disappear?
ゲームは消えるだろうな。だが俺はもう魔法を完全に理解している。だから
Oh?
お前をゲーム版の外へ連れ出せる。それがお前の望みだったはずだ。
私の望み？
それ以上は内緒だ。
A hint. Carry you off the game board.
お前がそれらを自力で思い出してくれる奇跡を。
I'm thinking more and more again about that theory I had with Shannon being one of the main reasons everything happens. Sometimes that just... I don't know, is that too easy of a guess there? I listed out like my reasons and theories, or reasons and like thoughts about that before. Thoughts, theory, whatever. Theory went pretty much that, like, cause they were like having fun and hanging out and whatnot. Him, Shannon, and I guess the other cousins. When they were younger, like before the 6-year gap when Battler like left, when he split up with his father, go live with his grandparents. Thought that maybe Battler said some cheesy line to Shannon and then disappeared and eventually forgot about it, but Shannon ended up remembering. What? I don't know, the more I think about it, the more I think maybe it fits. Because, like... It's been said that Shannon stuck around the... like, the mansion, living and working as a servant for way longer than what is normally done by like other servants. Many what's it ever specified how many years? I think it was said that's mostly because she just didn't know what to do. Just saving up a lot of money and never really buying anything, but that was also said because she just doesn't know what she really wants. But with this here, it makes me think that Battler might have said something about maybe some cheesy line about like whisking her off the island and living together or something like that. And then Battler had that fight with his father, went to go live with his grandparents, probably forgot about it. And then Shannon was left waiting there. Like, or it probably felt like an eternity. 6 years. And he finally did return, but he probably didn't remember any of that. And I don't know. I feel like if I was Shannon, after waiting 6 years for someone to come back and then seeing that they don't remember at all, I'd probably be upset. But by that point, she was already started to go out with George, right? I don't know how well that fit. I think it fits decently well. But I'm not sure if it fits completely. With, like, no seams. It's here. Carry you off the game board. I could probably turn up the game a little bit. I probably turned it down earlier. The music was loud, but I think this is about right. How I had it before. Like, everything on the game board pretty much takes place exclusively on Rockinjima, so Ow! I kind of like thinking about that. Howdy darn. Kind of like thinking about this as the game board, meaning like the island. What do you mean, Ray? That's not my name. How dare you? How you doing? I got where the hell does it start the next chapter? Oh, right here. I got like about 20 sentences in before I just started yapping for 20 minutes. A minute per sentence. Oh, howdy, Hashem. Howdy, howdy. I'm here thinking again about the freaking Shannon theory that I had a couple streams ago. Even if it's not Shannon, I feel like someone else? No, who else could it be if not Shannon? He's definitely not gonna be talking to freaking Kumasawa or something. Sin related to Battler, too. I don't know, man. I'm gonna stick with it. Keep sticking with it for the time being. Obviously, Beatrice, who we've known since... yeah, okay. Shut up. After smiling bitterly for just a second, Battler laughed and told her not to worry. Apparently, it was best if she avoided talking to Battler about her previous self.
じゃあ俺はちょっと対戦相手との様子を見てくる。あのバカが次はどんなへりくつを言い出すか。
かつてのバトラさんもそれにかけてはなかなかでしたよ。
Yeah, Mr. Mini Bombs.
私としましては第
Chemical
2のゲームの
X.
第1の番に対する小
Mr.
型爆
Trap
弾を飲ませて殺したが最高傑作かと。
She actually referenced it. My favorite was the one from the first Twilight. He said the culprit killed everyone by feeding them small bombs. He did her research.
うお、それは俺の黒歴史最高傑作だ。
What if it was true?
早めに忘れてくれ。
はい、そのように努めます。
Damn, this Beatrice is sick. She's based. Oh, away he goes. Goodbye. Man, Battler can do that too. He knows magic. Battler became a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared into the darkness. Beto remained bowed until he had disappeared completely. To fill his place, a single gold butterfly appeared and became Beto the Elder. What, right after Battler leaves?
呼んだか、我が妹よ。
You can't like call her here while Battler's still here and so they can have a chat?
はい、
Be it twice? Oops.
あなたのことをもっと知りたいんです。そして本当の私がどんな存在だったのか知りたい。至りたいんです。無論、わらわも未来の自分を知りたい。そのためにわらわたちは互いのすべてを打ち明け合ったはず。しかし一向にわらわたちは一つとならぬ。どうやれば一なる自分となれるのか理解ができぬ。
What if you both like hugged?
どうやれば私たちは一つに。わらわはゼパルとフルフルの試練に期待している。
Oh yeah, there's still another trial since everyone got through the first one.
勝者に与えるという魔法の奇跡のことですね。その魔法の奇跡とはすなわち一なる自分となれることではないだろうか。わらわは本来の姿に至れる。そなたはそれを望むバトラの期待に応えられる。バトラも万々歳で、ほう、三方丸く収まるというものだ。やはりこれは試練なのですね。
Nope, you're stuck in it.
他の二組に負けるわけにはいかんということだな。ジョージさんとシャノンさん、ジェシカさんとカノンさん、彼らを踏みにじってしか私は幸せをつかみ取れない。
Yeah, same for the other ways around.
条件は同じだ。
Yep.
他の誰かが恋を成就させればそなたを含めた二組が踏みにじられる。なぜこんなにいびつな天秤なのでしょう。いびつとは、恋は得るものと得られないものがいるならば、それらが天秤の両端に並ぶことは理解できます。しかし私たちの試練の天秤は3つの皿が並び、1人の勝利のために2人が敗北するというひどくいびつなものです。さあな、恋の価値とは2組の恋の破綻と同じ価値があるとでも言うのかもしれぬな。頼りないぞ妹よ。敗者のことを考えるよりバトラの期待に応えたいという気持ちを優先できぬようでは拾える勝利などないぞ。そうですね。私も譲れません。
That's we deconfirmed this was true before, but Like, I know it's not true, but when I see the two Beatrice sprites side by side like this, the hair on the elder Beatrice looks brighter than the one on the left, dude. Is it because I saw it once like that before, and now I just can't unsee it? I swear her hair is like slightly more contrasted by like 1, maybe 2%.
他の皆さんには本当に申し訳ないですが、みんな
Gonna haunt me
恨みっこ
forever.
なしです。
If I do lose, I'll give my strongest blessings to whichever couple wins. I'll fight with all my heart and soul, so that I have no lingering regrets. And I'll win that miracle of magic. Must be magic. Maybe it is. Perhaps it is.
どうだったの？第一の晩をめぐっての赤と青の攻防は。
Please say you lose. You lost.
まずは小手調べでした。バトラもなかなか張り切っているようです。
What? You didn't win? Failure. Get out of my sight. They just returned from a fierce fight with Battler, fought using the information gained through repetition requests. It was the old, familiar kind of fight, reminiscent of the time when the red text had first appeared, or when the blue text had first been permitted.
得られた成果は？まず、密室を構築したのはいずれも犠牲者たち本人でした。そして、それをクラウスたちが破るまでの間、その密室は完全に維持されていました。
It was the victims themselves. Hmm.
さらにその間、外部からいかなる方法でも干渉ができないことを確認しました。
Erica reported this proudly as though it had been a great battle, but Brickensell looked bored as she listened. After looking at her blankly for a second, Lambda Delta spoke her opinions frankly.
ちょっと待ちなさいよ。それってつまり密室殺人は完璧ってだけの話じゃないの？
You didn't figure anything out, you idiot! The victims had sealed the locked rooms themselves. And that state had been preserved until Kraus and the others had broken the locked rooms open. And no one had been inside the locked rooms except for the victims. In Kraus's group, the ones who had broken the room open were not the culprits. Erica's battle had proceeded in this way, with her detailed repetition requests winning her several other little red truths just like these. Normally, simply collecting such vital information would have been enough. However, the witch who was her master was tired of boredom, and she had been expecting a much more flashy argument-winning victory instead of this bland result.
しかしながら、私は今回探偵権限を持たないので、検視を誤認する可能性がありました。ですので、仮死状態を生み出す薬などで私の検視を欺いたと仮定して、その
Starting to sound more and more like Battler.
プルプルピコピオ？
違います。例えばインシュリンとか基地の薬物でも一時的に仮死状態を作ることは不可能ではありません。
Insulin can do that?
バトラからは赤き真実による反論はありませんでした。つまりは私の青き真実が通ったということです。まずは勝利かと。
To sum up Erica's report, she had absolutely no idea what happened, and she's dumb. She lost. Game over. Wrap it up. All she had done was listen to the red truths Battler had wanted her to hear. Only the information Battler had wanted to provide had been presented, and she hadn't been able to strike at any weak points. She was like a kid who had gone out shopping, then forgotten her job and only bought candy. Yo, could it be me? I totally never done that. Nope. However, this was all the players on the human side could do. Without the detective proclamation, she could only fight by collecting dull bits of information like that. All the same, her master had been expecting more than that sort of dull fight. So, she had tried to give her report energetically, to make it seem as though they were in a superior position. But no matter how much he tried, the cold expression of her master remained merciless.
青き真実が通ったバカバカしくて切り返さなかっただけでしょ自称名探偵が大した推理だこと
Great detective. Very impressive.
慎重に検視を行ったつもりですですが探偵権限がないのでそれでも絶対
Damn, look at you needing your stupid OP bullshit to be able to actually win. Can't win without it.
何よ、あんたが自分で探偵宣言を放棄したんでしょ。前回の汚名を返上するためにレートを上げたいとか言い出して。
それは
Well, Byrne said that. She just agreed to it because, of course, she's not gonna disagree with Byrne.
何探偵権限がないとバトラには勝てないってそういうのそんなことはありませんあのような無能探偵権限などなくても簡単に勝てます
Oops.
ただこれまでと戦い方がちょっとだけ違って
It's
まだ慣れないだけで
not that easy, huh, idiot? Compared to the other human beings, Erica would rank as extremely talented. Her knowledge and powers of memory and insight were ahead of the pack, and most likely no human could be more suitable for the role of detective than her. However, no matter how superior she might be to other humans, that didn't matter in the game of witches. In a witches game, it's either 0 or 100. In other words, Samadhi, everything is either red truth or it isn't. If a normal human's abilities were worth a 10, her exceptional power could probably rate a 99. However, it could never be 100. Since it was less than 100, it wasn't absolutely certain. So it didn't count as red truth. Do we really need a detailed explanation of this? Alright. For example, the examination of corpses that Erica had worked over in the fight just now. If she had performed it with the detective authority, she could have said with 100% certainty whether they were alive or dead. However, without the detective proclamation, it was a 99%. There was a 1% chance that she made a mistake, and that overturned the foundation of the examination. The reason Erica gained the detective's authority and became the Witch of Truth was that Birkenstow had supplemented her talent of 99 with an additional 1. Just because Birkenstow wouldn't give her that 1, in the world of witches, Erica's 99 was treated exactly the same as 0. Even her talented assistant Dilnor couldn't be put to proper use without a power of 100. When working under an Erica who had lost the detective's authority, Dilnor's red longsword lost its power. Dilnor also found it vexing that she couldn't provide adequate assistance. She had tried several times to convince Erica to use the detective proclamation, but Erica had stubbornly refused each time.
しちゃえばいいじゃない、探偵宣言。そうすればあんたも100人力。ドラノールも赤いたちとノックス実会でバッサバサじゃない。
She can't use the Nox Decalogue without the authority?
したければすればいい
There was no need for anyone to explain. By now it was clear that Erica hadn't abandoned the detective proclamation by her own will.
前回のゲームでバトラが真相にたどり着いた時点で
She's not the detective, just an observer. No better than Frost making statements. Who is the detective if it isn't her? Is there even meant to be a proper detective in this game here? He says he is, but would a detective be A detective without the proclamation, the authority. Hmm.
もはやこのゲームは終わりだったのよ。今回のゲームは実は第6のゲームじゃない。バトラがゲームマスターとして記念に最後に執り行うフィナーレのゲームなのよ。もう決着は前回ついている。
ま、そういうことよね。無限にゲームが続かなくなり、私とベルンの賭けは私の負け。今回バトラがゲームの真相に至ったことを証明して、ベアとのゲームは見事打ち破られて人間側の大勝利、そしてベルンも大勝利のはずなのに、なぜか不服なのよね。
ええ、不服よ。こんなつま
He
らない
hates it.
私は望んでないの。
ベルンが望む勝利はベアとのゲーム版を徹底的に引き裂き、ベアとのみすぼらしい正体を暴いて徹底的に泥を舐めさせて踏みにじること。だからバトラのこの勝利はちょっと違うのよね。
愛だの、約束だの。静かにゲームを終わらせて安らかに眠らせる。そんなゲロ臭い終わり方誰が望んだってのよ。
But she's so mean.
私はね、そんな終わり方のためにバトラに助言を与えたわけじゃないのよ。妹を背中でひき肉にしてやったわ。両親や親族を何度も何度もむごたらしく殺させてやったわ。
You did
そ
this.
れはすべてベアトに対し怒りの復讐をかきたてるためよ。それがこの終わり方は何？私の勝利？とんでもない。バトラは私もあんたも喜ばせない勝利を手にしたわ。私はね、ベアトリーチェがズタズタのボロボロに引き裂かれるところが見たくて、はるばるこんな辺境までやってきて気の遠くなる退屈な時間に耐えてここにいたのよ。こんな腐りかけのヨーグルトみたいなかけらをすすらされるためじゃない。
Rotten yogurt fragment.
ああ、ご立腹の顔も素敵だわベルン。なるほどね。それでせめて最後くらい口直しが欲しかったわけね。
前回のゲームでドジを踏んだこのバカゴマのせいだわ。お前のせいで数百年ぶりに楽しめそうなゲーム版がすべて台無しよ。クズ、ゴミ、カス。
申し訳ありません。
Why is she like this?
必ず勝利を捧げますから。
前回探偵権限まで使って勝てなかったあんたがどうしてゲームマスターにまで至ったバトルに今回打ち勝てるっての？探偵権限があったってあんたに勝ち目なんかないのよ。ならいっそいらないじゃない。
それは確かにもともと勝てないんじゃ探偵権限はいらないわね。より確実に負けるだけだけど。
だからこそより最悪な状況であなたが勝ってみせたならそれこそ私にふさわしい奇跡だわ。そこまでして初めて私はあんたを許せる。
はい、必ずその奇跡をお目にかけてみせます。
で切るわけねえだろゲロカス。
Holy.
あんたにできるのは最悪のゲームに最悪の罰ゲーム、さらに探偵宣言という唯一の武器まで取り上げられてとことんまで惨めを晒して、それでもなお腹を見せながら私にじゃれついてこびてみせて私を笑わせることだけよゲロカス。
楽しそうだな。
This Valor was listening in on all that.
お邪魔だったか？
Gold butterflies gathered in the darkness and took the shape of Battler. Though he had just arrived, He seemed to realize immediately that the mood was dark.
あらバトラー、第一の分拝見させてもらったわ。なかなかの密室じゃない。あなたきっとベアトより才能あるわ。
Yeah,
ベ
yeah.
アトが過去に作った密室を焼き直しただけだ。その褒め言葉はベアトに対するものとして受け取っておく。
エリカとの攻防もまずまずだったみたいじゃない？
Becca never deserved this bullying. She deserves it. Yeah, she probably enjoys it. And even if she doesn't, still deserved.
連続殺人は順調にいっちゃいそう？
さあな、俺の役目は連続殺人を遂行することじゃない。その過程で貴様らに魔法以外では不可能な密室を提示して魔女側として勝利を収め、俺がこのゲームを完全に理解したことを証明することだ。
She's like this because she was mistreated. Be nicer so she can be fed. That's... I think she was just born like that.
いや、もう一つある
One more thing.
何？
な。前回互角の死闘を演じたエリカとの決着をつけるためさ。
バトラー。互角。
Oh, she hated that. Arkansas noticeably grimaced. Becca averted her eyes and hung her head timidly.
お前の言い分は分かってる。あんなのは引き分けじゃない。勝てて当然だから、あれは負けも同然だと、そう言いたいんだろ。
あらやだ、盗み聞きなんて性格悪いわよ。
鏡見ろ。お前らの顔に書いてある。
嘘、どこによ。え、何よそれ。バカには見えないマジックで書いてあるとか言ったら殺す殺す超殺す。
She's stupid. Thumbdadota pulled a mirror out of thin air, peered into it, and made a comical fuss. She was apparently playing the fool in her own special way. Playing? No, I think she is.
エリカ、
何ですか？
前回のお前とドラノールの赤と青の猛攻。
どうも。
今回はドラノールはどうした？お前一人なのか？
いい
Nope, she's
え、
here.
ここに控えております。
She was watching everything. Eleanor had been standing around in reserve, hiding her presence in the dark shadows.
まあ、赤きたちが使えないドラノールなんて役立たずのただのゲロカス。
Really throwing the insults you got at Eleanor? She doesn't deserve
い
that.
ても役に立たないので引っ込めてますが。
今の私にできるのはエリカ教の推理の初期だけ。
どうしてお前も共に戦わない？なぜあの赤い太刀が使えない？エリカの推理とお前の太刀、それらが組み合わさってこそのあの強さだったはず。
Eleanor didn't answer. She just glanced slightly at Birkenstell's expression. However, that glance was the same as a clear answer for Battler now. Battler fully realized the situation.
お前か。エリカに探偵宣言をしないように言ったのは。
あら、何のこと？
これは俺とエリカの戦いだ。俺たちは全力で戦う。だから勝ちも負けも受け入れられる。貴様のような黒幕は不要だ。
Ooh.
黒幕なんてひどいわね。私はただの退屈しのぎの感激者じゃない。
感激者ってのは客席で静かに見てるやつのことだ。お前のように舞台にヤジを飛ばし出演者を脅迫したり操ったりするようなやつのことを言わない。
マナーのない客で申し訳ないわね。あんたは知らないだろうけど、私はこの芝居を見るためにすでに高い入館料を払ってるのよ。悪いけどそれに見合う分勝手に楽しませてもらうわ。
進行を邪魔するならゲームマスター権限でお前をこのゲーム場から追放することもできるんだぜ。
したければどうぞ。
Yeah,
私を
kick her out.
追放するならエリカは私の駒だから持って帰るわ。 今回のゲームはお流れで、あんたは真相に至ったことを証明できなくなる。感激者は観測者、観測者なき真実は幻想と同じ。あんたはベアとのゲームを終えるために感激者という立ち会い人を欠かせないのよ。
俺たちの真実は俺たちだけで通用すればいい。これ以上邪魔をするなら有無を言わさず追放する。そして次の暇つぶしが見つかるまで何百年も退屈にのたうち回るといいぜ。
じゃあそうすればエリカ、ゲームはおしまいよ。ご苦労様。あんたはつくづく使えない駒だったわ。敗北の汚名を返上できなかったんだから。あんたは約束通り最悪のかけらにぶち込んで、忘却の深淵に空っぽのポップコーンのバケツと一緒に放り込んであげる。我が主、必ず勝利しますから。勝利できますから。ですからどうか最後までバトラと戦わせてください。このまま負けで忘却の深淵なんて
A world without duct tape, the worst fragment.
私は最後まであんたの戦いを見てあげたいけれど、バトラが追放だって言うし。ねえ、どうするラムダ。
まあまあ、ベルンも前回のゲームからずっとイラついてるのはわかるけど、バトラもあんまりベルンを煽らないで。
She deserves it.
この子たまに自分でも感情がコントロールできなくなるのよ。
うるさいわね。誰が感情をコントロールできないのよ。
Birkenstow, who, at one point in time, had never showed any expressions at all, was now twisting her face into all kinds of displeased and ugly shapes. When Lambda Delta made fun of that, Birkenstow clicked her tongue and looked away. As they say, nothing can stop poison but poison. Apparently, Lambda Delta was the only one who could rein Birkenstow in.
エリカはバトラと戦って汚名を返上してベルンのご機嫌が取りたいんでしょ。はい。バトラは真実に至ったことを証明する最後のゲームをきっちり綺麗に終えたいわけでしょ。
そうだ、これは俺とエリカの一騎打ちだ。俺の邪魔だけじゃない、エリカに対する邪魔も俺は許さない。
バトラ。
二人に戦う意志があるならそれを尊重するべきだわ。ベルンは私に任せて。不機嫌になったあの子をなだめられるのは世界で私だけだから。
お前
Why do you
の
like her
あいつ
so
の腕
much?
はまだ話が通じる
あんまり私を舐めないで。私はベルンの歪む顔が好きなの。それを見せてくれるあんたのゲームを気に入ってるだけ。扱いやすい相手なんて思ってると大やけどじゃ済まないわよ。
Oh, so menacing.
ドラノールが赤木たちを使えないのは探偵宣言がないからよ。エリカがそれを出せばすぐにもあの力を取り戻すわね。
はい、その時はご容赦を。
エリカ、
なんです。
探偵宣言を出せ。
Oh? I wonder if... No, that can't be it. Alright, my thoughts were, what if this is a trick just to get Battler to accept Erica using the proclamation again, but there was no need for that in the first place. Battler was fine with it at the very beginning. He was probably expecting it. But I feel like that was all pretty much just real and not acting then. Just how they are, I suppose, yeah?
嫌です。
Oh, still no.
今の俺に探偵権限なしで本気で勝てると思ってるのか。
勝てますとも。
バトラー卿、エリカ卿もまた駒です。主の命には背けません。できるのは許された力を全うし視力を尽くすだけです。
ドラノールの力は 探偵宣言がないと全くダメなのか？
石剣は抜刀に許可が必要です。
Are you gonna authorize it? You are the game
その
master.
申請条件の一つが探偵宣言です。
探偵宣言以外にその許可を得る方法はないのか？
あんた何を言ってるんですか？私に情けをかけるつもりなら大きなお世話です。
黙れ。お前一人じゃ手応えがなさすぎて退屈なんだよ。探偵でない探偵は黙ってろ。
石剣は赤き真実と限りなく近い存在です。真実が与えられればその件についてのみ抜刀が許されます。
The gold truth is closely related to red truth. Would that work?
真実と
例えばですが、エリカ教のガムテープの封印です。
あれ
あの封印はすでにベルンカステル教によって赤き真実と同等の価値があると認められています。よって封印に関わる真実に限っては石剣の抜刀が許されます。
前回散々苦しめられたからな。今回は粘着力のあるガムテープをゲーム版から全て取り除かせてもらった。
見事な一手です。
エリカは探偵と名乗ることに誇りを持ってたな。
はい、謎を無責任に暴くだけが目的とはいえ、彼女には誇りです。
それが宣言できないってのはかなり悔しいことだろうな。
それを当人以外が語ることはできません。
Butler took a deep breath, then hung his head in thought for a time. Erica was his enemy, but she was the player in the human side, and without her, there would be no game. It had been the same way with the old Beto. Battler had once endly viewed Beto as the enemy. However, though Beto had thought of him as the opposing player, she hadn't considered him to be an enemy on a personal level. I will fight my rival ruthlessly in accordance with the rules. However, that doesn't mean I need to hate Critical Erica herself. It's okay, I can hate her for you. I will not misplay Beto's game.
エリカ、探偵宣言を出さないのはお前の勝手だ。だから、お前はお前の人間としての力だけで勝手に戦え。
最初からその覚悟です。
しかし、お前には優秀な仲間がいる。ドラノールにガートルード、コーネリア、お前は一人じゃない仲間がいる。
頼りたくても何の力もないゲロカスの役立たずですが。
ドラノール、かつての俺はワルギリアやロノウェに支えられたようにエリカにもまた支えがいる。人間側が辛いことは俺も何度も経験してよく知ってる。
はい、持てる力の限りで補佐します。
金系了解する者なり。
金系職務であると知りたまえ。
赤き真実も使えないくせに。
エリカ、お前でなくこの仲間たちに力を与える。
はあ？何の真似ですか？お前の情けなんて死んでも受けません。
ドラノール、ガートルード、コーネリアで3人。エリカ、お前に例のガムテープの封印を3部屋分許す。
3 rooms worth. To fully seal one room, multiple seals are needed to cover all the doors and windows. If he had just said 3 seals, he would only be able to fully seal up one room at best. So Battler was generous and measured them by room instead of by seal.
バトラ
この封印には赤き真実と同じ効果があることを俺もゲームマスターとして認める。
Is she gonna end up twisting that and like, alright, there's 3 windows here, so I could have 3 seals, but what if I use those somewhere else? Like 3 windows, 1 door, But she only seals up the door and then use those 3 seals somewhere else. That's still like a room's worth, right? It's not specified that it has to contain only the 1 room, right? Battler, maybe you should have thought a little bit more. Maybe you should have specified an exact number.
そうすれば、それを根拠とする戦いでは、お前もあの赤いタッチを振り回せるようになるはずだ。そうだな。
はい。しかし、よろしいのですか？
探偵未満のエリカに勝っても、こんなの勝利じゃねえ。エリカがレートを上げるなら、俺にだって上げる権利があるはずだぜ。
ヒュー、おっとくまえ。よかったじゃないエリカ。これで探偵
You're
宣
here
言を出
again?
して
Bob and
あい
burn.
つの機嫌を損ねずに多少はあんたも赤が使えるようになったわ。
後悔しますよ。この3回の封印が。
上等だ。恋よ。殺しに。
Though it was only for 3 rooms, it was the red truth that Erica had been dying to use. Now she finally had enough leeway to fight as she pleased. She ground her teeth at being pitied by Battler, but her tears were not those of shame.
了解です。3部屋分の封印のガムテープを受領いたします。その受領ですが、エリカ卿がミセス熊沢から粘着力なきガムテープを受領した時点に遡っての受領でよろしいですか？
Retroactively. Erica had borrowed duct tape. Borrowed? Erica had borrowed duct tape from Kumasawa to make seals with. However, Battler made it so that those were not sticky. If he made it so that there never was any problem with the stickiness of that tape, the transition could be made smoothly.
ああ、いいだろう。物語を書き直す。初日の深夜に、エリカが熊沢さんからもらったガムテープは、封印可能な粘着力を持っていたが、3部屋分しかない。残りわずかのものだった。これを今から適用する。
A rewrite.
了解しました。エリカ卿も遡り、第一の番発覚以前の段階からその権利の行使が可能だったものとして行動の修正を行います。
Starting before the discovery of the first Twilight.
ゲーム進行に抵触する部分が発生し次第、ゲームマスターにご報告申し上げます。
事件がどの部屋で起こったかを知ってからの遡りか。かなり有利な話だが、無駄な部屋を封印しなくて済むんだから。
ゲームマスターになったら随分とおごるようになったのね。楽しいでしょ。無様な対戦相手に施しをするのは。
黙れ。そして勘違いするな。これはおごりでも甘やかしでもない。エリカ、これを武器に本気で来い。だからこそ俺も本気で叩き潰してやる。だから胸を張ってこの3回を行使しろ。以上だ。
Or made to leave the room with a flick of escape. As he did, he thought he heard Erica let out a strained voice calling him to stop.
なんだ。用がないなら行く。ドラノールとよく相談しろ。あのムカつく魔女どもには何を言われても耳を貸すな。このゲーム版の上にいる限り、あいつらに好き勝手はさせない。
ありがとう。ありがとう。私、本気で戦います。全力で戦いますから。だから、絶対お前をやっつけますから。だから、もしも私に勝つときは、全力で叩き潰してください。お願いだから、塵一つ残さないで。
分かった。だからお前も俺に手加減するな。これは最後のゲームなんだ。俺がベアと真実に至ったことを証明するための。 俺たちの勝敗はもはやそれを左右しない。だからこれは純粋に公敵手と認めたお前と決着をつけたいという気持ちなんだ。ゲームの上では敵として全てを疑え。だがプレイヤー同士としては信頼しろ。それがゲームのマナーだ。
ありがとう、ありがとう。
But he goes. Leaving all cool, Battler departed into darkness, became a cloud of gold butterflies, and vanished. Erica remained behind, sobbing.
な、あーってね。
Yes, of course.
ちょろいもんです。バカな男。まんまと引っかかって私にガムテープを渡しま
Man,
した。
she loves the tape.
このフルダエリカにガムテープを。
You've made a custom sprite with her while holding the tape. It was hard to imagine that the person who had been sobbing pathetically and this person now were the same individual. That's how vile her face contorted to be. The two witches were also cackling with ugly smiles.
わかるわ。ゲームマスターになるとね、つい神になった気がしておごり高ぶっちゃうのよね。
ラムダの時もそうだったわね。
Ah, so the trick wasn't for Battler to give them permission to use the proclamation. It was just for the duct tape? Do they really need it that bad to do anything, even if they had the detective proclamation?
歩く死体なんてバカなミスを放置するから負けるのよ。バカなゲームマスター、バカなミス、バカなおごりにバカな敗北、バカバトラ、バカバカ。
バカな敗北、バカバトラ、バカバカ。なんだか語呂がいいです。さすが我が主です。バカバトラ、バカバカ、バカバトラ。
Alright, dude, you don't need to repeat it a billion
バ
times.
カバトラのやつ、本気でエリカが不利だと思ってるなら本当にご愁傷様だわ。バカを殺すのに必要なのは探偵宣言じゃない。
豆腐の角、絹ごしですね。
それにコチュジャンを乗せればワインのつまみにぴったりだわ。
The three giggled together. It had all been an act to get the duct tape for the seals from Battler, even though he had taken pains to ensure that the duct tape had been tormented him so much in the last game were rendered unusable in this one. He had fallen for Erica's act, and she gotten what she wanted, even if it was only 3 rooms worth. The illusion that Erica was at an overwhelming disadvantage was just an act. A trap to trick Battler and make him hand over the duct tape.
これで完璧にバトラーを殺せます。あいつの間抜けな密室などとっくにネタは割れてるんですから。完璧な密室？ブワーカー、私が本当に完璧な密室ってやつを見せて差し上げますから。そのためのとどめの武器を自ら進呈してくれるなんて、我が主、そしてラムダデルタ卿、お芝居へのご協力誠にありがとうございます。
面白かったわ。例には及ばないわよ。
演技じゃないしね。
He wasn't acting. He was actually pissed. Despite getting the feeling that Birkenstock had just said something a little curious, Erica was in too high spirits to catch. Erica, come on, she literally hates your guts. That pudding for brains moron, thinking he's done something so noble, I'll make you regret it.
さて、この封印ゆっくりと使わせてもらいましょう。ドラノールもお手柄でした。あんたバトラに信頼されてるみたいだから、あんたが言うとコロッと引っかかってくれますね。 まさか両親が痛むとか言い出しませんよね、殺人人形の分際で。
いいえ。
Benora looked at Erica in a slightly lonely way. Then, after shaking her head slightly, her gaze turned hard, and she looked at the darkness Battler had disappeared into.
手加減なしの真剣勝負と分かっているはずなのに愚かなるバトラ卿。これは間違いなくあなたのおごりです、ミスター・バトラー。これは命取りです。
Oh, back here.
おめでとうかな、フルフル。
そうね、すべての恋人たちに強い意志の力があることが分かったのだも
The
の。
truth that he's incompetent continues to be true. Oh man. Battler, no.
これは愛の勝利さ。それを僕らは称え合おう。
Everyone had long since gotten used to these two overdramatic demons. George spoke quietly with an annoyed expression. Get to the point already, hurry up.
僕らがそれを称え合う。
Next challenge.
君たちの試練を勝ち残る。誰かが魔法の奇跡を授かる時だけだよ。
同感だぜ。最初の試練は全員突破した。次は何だ。もう後には引けねえ。何だってやってやるぜ。はい、僕たちは負けません。
私たちもです。
ああ、もちろんバトラ君たちもだね。
無論だぜ。
Not gonna question his sick tape.
この中の誰だって譲られて勝利したいなんて甘えてるやつはいないはずだ。
そうですね。辞退できる程度の弱々しい思いならば、今この場にいる資格はありません。
Even Beto, who seemed to be the shakiest of the six, was strongly determined. The two demons nodded, taking note of the six's continued resolve.
それで次の試練は何だい。まさかまだ決まってないなんて言うんじゃないだろうね。少しは脱落者が出ると思ってたからね。
まさか全員が残るとは思わなかったの。これは愛ゆえの嬉しい奇跡の誤算。
うぜえぜ。それで今度こそ脱落者を出すために椅子取りゲームでも始めようってのか。
It's musical chairs, hell yeah.
そう。
Oh,
まさに
what's
そのこと
that? Oh shit, she was right.
今度の試練では確実に一組にリタイアしてもらうことにしたよ。
今度の試練は非分の第二の番ニャヤカリ。
Oh, those who remain. There were part the two who are close.
意味がわからない。
ゼパル様、フルフル様、どういう試練ですか。まさか私たちに殺し合いをしろと。
そりゃ手っ取り早いぜ。
少々文明的ではないけどね。
恋は肉食だぜ。
みんな
Jessica's into it now.
一緒に幸せになることはできないのですね。
そういうのをゼロサムゲームって言うんだよ。経済用語だけどね。知ってるかい。
あ、いえ。
No, she's only been alive for like 4 days.
ゼロサムゲーム。勝利も敗北も全てを相殺すればゼロになる。誰かが勝利を得るためには誰かに敗北を強いねばならない。それが世界の冷酷な原理だ。
みんながみんな全員が幸せになれればいいのにな。
If only.
そんな理想の世界あるわけねえか。
あるよ。
それは
Oh?
黄
Oh.
金鏡。
黄金鏡？何の話だよ。
そうだったな。黄金鏡に至れば全ての愛は満たされる。だがそこは天国や地獄と同じでこの世ならざる場所だ。
それはごめん被りたいね。恋は現世で叶えるから意味がある。僕は死後に恋愛を成就させるための悲しい心中なんて断じて認めないね。生きて愛を貫く。何者にも 負けない。
ジョージさん。
The door to the Golden Land is opened by solving the epitaph's riddle. It is said to be a place where love and lives are all whole and can be revived.
話が脱線してる。それより第二の試練をさっさと教えてほしい。
Thank you, Canon.
そうだぜ。寄り添いし二人を引き裂けって何をさせる気だよ。
話はとてもシンプルさ。
恋人たちを引き裂くのは悲しき死の別れしかありえない。
6人のうち1人を殺すのが。
当然相方を殺された恋人たちは失格となって脱落するわ。
つまり確実に一組の恋人たちに脱落してもらう試練というわけ。
Oops.
殺すと簡単に言うが、どうしろってんだ。
殺し合いをしてもいいし、
くじ引きか何かで決めてもいい。
くじ引きで決めるなんて冗談じゃねえぜ。
Why not?
正々堂々と決闘しようじゃねえか。
そうなるとゲームマスターのバトラ君と
Are you just aware of that fact?
記憶がないとはいえ黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが相当有利な気もするんだけどね。
あ、どうでしょう。
安心して、この試練ではみんなの力は完全に公平にさせてもらってるんだ。
Oh, how convenient.
ゲームマスターのバトラ教でさえこの試練では全員と互角なの。
それなら公平ですね。
完全に純粋に互角なのかい。ええ、完全に互角。1対1なら勝敗は時の運。完全に互角だからね。
決着にも時間がかかると思うわ。
だから優位な状況で襲うのがコツかな。
とことん時間をかけての決闘ももちろん素敵。
誰が運任せで戦うもんか。自分に有利な状況で戦いたいに決まってるぜ。
となると三つどもえ、これでは動けないのでは。
Ito was the first to notice. If all six of them were truly on an even footing, they wanted to fight so that they could win, they would have to fight as pairs and concentrate their attacks on a single person. However, if they did so, a person's partner would naturally join in to fight back as a pair. In other words, it would never end up as 2 against 1. It would be 2 against 2, and a battle like that could go either way. However, if that were to happen, a third pair watching all this could team up with whichever pair they liked with no risk to themselves, defeating the opposing pair with certainty.
面倒な話だね。先に動くことが有利ではないというわけか。
If you take the initiative to fight, it's a matter of luck. If you sit and wait for others to start fighting, it's certain victory. A fight would never begin in circumstances like this.
6人全員がそれぞれ隣同士と1対1で同時に戦えばいいんじゃないでしょうか。誰かの決着がついた時点で試練は決着する。
Unless everyone could abandon any naive hopes for a 2-on-1 fight, this trial would never begin and never end. In that case, they could make a gentleman's agreement and have everyone duel at once, which would be no different from drawing lots, but at least it would be fair.
それは無理。そうなったらみんな積極的に戦わず保身する。その間に誰かが負けてくれればいいのだから。
Ganon's point was a sound one. If both fighters just glance at each other without attacking, then neither would lose. They'd only have to wait for someone other than themselves to lose first. This brought them back to the starting point. No one would fight proactively.
結局全員が動かず決着がつきません。
全員の強さが互角という算数的状況のせいでパズルみたいになっちまったな。
そうだね。互いの強さが未知数なら決闘も面白かった。でも完全に互角と言い切られてしまったら決闘はじゃんけんと何も変わらない。
ならいっそ6人全員でじゃんけんで決めますか。
バカ言え。そんなの嫌だぜ。仮に誰かが負けたとしてそいつが潔く負けを認めるわけねえだろ。 負けを認めないならじゃんけんの勝者たち4人に攻撃されることになる。完全に互角なこの世界ではじゃんけんの敗者には生き残れる道理はない。
確かに。なんだなんだ、じゃんけんで決めるのが一番合理的だってのかよ。
極めて合理的だよ。しかし自分の運命を乱数発生器に託すような無謀ができるかと言われたら、
But it's not
ど
random.
うかそれを悩んでほしい。
それが私たちの出題する
考えて殺し合って誰を生贄にするか決めてほしい。
Oh, that chapter was only an hour and a half. We probably could have gotten through this yesterday. Oh well. And a good chunk of that was just me talking nonsense for too long.
確かに考えられん話ではない。
Do I want to take my break now? Wait till the next scene break? Or keep going for about 30 minutes and then take my break? Man, how is the duct tape thing gonna freaking... A small contradiction. How's the duct tape thing gonna play out here? It works retroactively, so which 3 rooms is she gonna pick? Which ones would I pick? I feel like maybe paralysis, like study, the parlor, and the room Battler was in. Those seem the most unique to me. Although, the VIP room is interesting, because how did Eva get in there in the first place? But since she apparently knows how the locker room murders even happened in the first place, she might not even decide to duct tape any of those rooms and will go for something completely different. But what else different would you even do? Maybe more rooms in the guest house? Anyway, I decided I'm gonna take my my break now, and then we'll be back and continue here. Quick BRB. Happy. Kind of low on tea. Maybe I should have had some water boiling. Oh well, I have a water bottle next to me here. I'll just start drinking that once I run out of tea. I don't feel like getting up again and setting some water to boil just so I can like stop and get up and go get that in like 10 more minutes. I'm lazy. I already sat down. Oh, okay. Getting a little tired today. Holy, I think it's the sound of the rain in the game. Oh man, because another like really cloudy day today. It's nothing but gray skies, which is great. So that paired with like the cool room I'm in, and the rain sounds is really making me just want to go to sleep. Doesn't really help that I used to like for a long time just put on like a freaking hour, 2 hour long like video of nothing but rain sounds to like fall asleep to. The rain makes me stupidly tired. Sorry, one more big stretch. Alright, so retroactively, Erica got freaking duct tape for 3 rooms. He should have limited it to like 1 room or even just 1 seal or something. Or not done that at all, because that's what they were after. The scheming idiots. I hate them. I hate them so much. And I guess this is exactly what caused this battler to get into the situation we saw at the beginning of the episode. But he has to break out of it at some point, right? Maybe Beatrice going on her journey or whatever might come in at the end to help out Battler. Almost happened. Wait, what is it? September. I wonder how far into things will be by October 4th. There's no way we're finishing it by then. Or even getting to the last episode. I wouldn't need... Like, even if I finish this either today or tomorrow, or maybe on Monday. I think Monday is when we're gonna do this next if we need to split into another stream. But even if we finish it, this episode by then, it's gonna be... It's gonna need to be some really long streams to... to get to at least the end of episode 7 by the 4th. Which is most certainly not gonna happen. Alright, I don't know why I'm like taking all this time to yap and whatnot. Talk about nothing. Right, so you got the duct tape. We're back in Rokkenjima. Cross is talking. What is going on? Oh, she's mentioning this to Kraus after talking to the others.
縛ってクローゼットに放り込むわけにもいきません。ですから銃を持った皆さんの常に目に届くところに置いてよく見張る必要があります。
兄貴、マスターキーも回収した方がいい。あの密室も使用人たち以外には作れるわけがないんだ。使用人たちしか知らない構造や道具などできっとチェーンロックをどうにかできたに違いない。皆は長く勤めてくれているものばかりだ。私には到底彼らが殺人を犯すとは思えんのだ。
金蔵さんの寿命もわずかで遺産問題で大きく揺れているそうですね。それに加え10トンの黄金がどこかに隠されている。それらの分け前にありつけるなら 人は罪を犯せるかもしれません。
Certain people.
考えたくはないが、クソ親父のおかしなオカルト儀式って可能性もある。片翼の使用人たちは親父の手先で殺人の実行者かもな。
The One Wing.
親父はどうなんだ。まだ連絡は取れないのか。
内線電話も通じないのだ。犯人に壊されたのかもしれない。それに親父殿は不機嫌になると電話の受話器を外していることがよくある。ノックをしてもその不機嫌な返事があるだけだった。連絡は取れんが、あの書斎はシェルターも同然だ。むしろ安全だから閉じこもってくれた方がいいだろう。
Flustered, Cross tried to explain away Kinzo's silence. Battler, the game master, hadn't made Kinzo's death a major theme for this game, so the conversation didn't go any further. They stopped talking about Kinzo without Rudolph thinking anything was particularly suspicious.
いずれにせよ、使用人たちを野放しにはできねえ。
Is Kinzo being Kinzo?
それでさっき秀吉兄さん
No need to think about it any more than that.
2階に2部屋に分かれて全員で籠城しようということになったんだ。
なぜ2部屋なのかね。1部屋の方が心強いだろうな。
さすがに一部屋に12人もの人間では窒息します。そして最も注意すべき人物だけを隔離したいという思惑もあります。使用人の頭である源氏さん、一番体格のいい幸田さん、若輩とはいえカノンさんも男性です。
この3人を特にマークすべきだと思う。そこでこの3人を隔離し、俺と兄貴で監視する。
Oh, but not Shannon?
2丁の銃。
Why? Because she's a
俺
woman?
と兄貴ならとっさの時連携もできる。少しでもおかしな動きを見せたらズドンだ。
分かった、そうしよう。だがルドルフ、彼らが犯人であると決まったわけではない。あまり高圧的にはなるな。
兄貴に高圧的になるな。そりゃ俺たちも老けるわけだぜ。
今上で秀吉さんに部屋分けをしてもらっています。隔離者たちをいとこ部屋に集め、他はその隣の部屋へ集めます。
そうだ、兄貴。ジェシカちゃんなんだが、兄貴と一緒の部屋がいいと言って聞かない。
ジェシカ。
隔離のいとこ部屋が5人、隣の部屋7人の部屋割りでしたからね。ジェシカさんがいとこ部屋を希望するならちょうど半々になります。狼と羊のパズルで言うなら、今は使用人狼が3匹にクラウスさん、ルドルフさんの
Bring
羊が
back the
2
wolves
匹、
and sheep puzzle.
ジェシカさんを加えた方が確かにバランスがいいとは思います。
For a while, Cross crossed his arms and thought the cousin's room would surely be more dangerous, so he wanted his daughter to go into the next room over. However, in an emergency situation like this, he also wanted to keep his daughter where he could see her.
一緒にいさせたらどうだ。俺たちが良い父、良い叔父でいるために必要なリミッターの役かもしれねえぜ。
そうだな。私も今は理性的なふりをしている。しかしいつ妻を失った悲しみを怒りに置き換えないとは限らん。
Even without any physical evidence, the servants were certainly the most suspicious. During the long haul ahead, these two men, their weariness and anger, and sadness, could make them lose their reason and act out in anger. After thinking deeply, Cross decided to accept Jessica's request, in part to prevent this from happening.
それがいいと思います。私も賛成です。
同感だ。子供を失うのは俺とローザだけで十分だ。
ルドルフ。
In this way, all of the survivors, excepting Kinzo, split into two groups and holed up in two rooms on the guest house's second floor. One group was in the cousin's room. Ross, Rudolph, Jessica, Genji, Kanon, and Goda. 6 people. One group was in the next room over. Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Kumasawa, Nanjo, Erika. Nanjo! Alright, so we got George and Shannon together, and then Jessica and Canon together. Is that the main reason Jessica wanted to swap rooms? 6 people here, too. Perhaps as a result of the killer's doing, the external phone line had been cut off. And they would have to wait for the ferry boat coming the next day before they could contact the police. However, the weather report has said that the sea would be stormy throughout the next day because of the typhoon. When that happens, the ferry boat takes the day off. It would probably be 2 days before the boat came. In other words, they were going to have to spend a full 2 nights holed up in here. Well, Erica and others had their planning meeting in the lounge. Food and blankets had been brought in to prepare for the long road ahead. This sudden tragedy had everyone on edge, but it was already well after 2 a.m. That's real early everything happened. If they really suspected the servants, then the observers couldn't afford to fall asleep at the same time. Either Cross or Rudolph could probably take a nap right away.
さすがだな。探偵権限がないにもかかわらず、うまく場を支配しているぜ。
冷静を欠いた男など感情むき出しの犬と同じです。適切に扱えば簡単にコントロール可能です。
One of the benefits of the detective's authority was being able to take charge of the situation. Ability was the reason that Erica had been able to order a large number of adults around at will, in spite of being both an uninvited guest and a young girl. However, she didn't have that power this time. So, Erica had taken charge by making good use of her natural conversation skills and techniques for controlling men.
探偵権限も魔法と同じだな。できないことはやれないってわけだ。エリカにそれだけの力があったから認められていたというわけ。
魔法とは決して怠惰で無力な人間に与えられるものではないのですね。
そうだ。むしろ人知れぬ努力を隠せるやつこそが魔女と呼べるんだろうぜ。
The absolute nature of the detective authority could even act as magic. However, it didn't seem as though Erica had done nothing to earn that convenient power. I probably need to accept it. Even when she isn't given any special powers by the witch she serves, she's very competent on her own.
しかしエリカ、どうして2部屋に分けた？てっきり1部屋に全員を集めるとばかり思っていたぜ。
探偵権限があればそうしました。これは自由捜査権を確保するための一手です。
ああ、そういうことか。なるほど。やるな。
Since Erica was being protected as a guest, it was hard for her to move about freely. In truth, she wanted to take some time to reinvestigate the crime scenes at her leisure, without being interrupted by anyone. She had already inspected the scenes once as she ran through the mansion, but that probably wasn't perfect. However, they wouldn't have let a guest into the crime scene, so that had been her only option back then. She wanted some time to herself and freedom to investigate more, in part, so that she could check the locked rooms and causes of death more closely.
それが2部屋に分かれて籠城するのとどう関係があるのでしょう。
Less people to go like, hey, where are you going?
そこは奴が口車でうまいことやるのさ。見てな。
ええ、そのためだけに2部屋に分けたのですから。
The cousin's room was filled with a quiet tension. This room had 6 people, Cross, Jessica, and Rudolph. And then the most suspicious ones, the male servants, Genji, Kanon, and Goda, who had been forced to hole up in here. Jessica leaned against Cross's shoulder, wrapped up in a blanket. She was drowsy, but apparently couldn't get to sleep. It was no surprise. In this bizarre situation, it would probably take a lot longer before she could accept her mother's death. Kanon thought this was the sort of time he should stay at Jessica's side, but that looked like it would be hard to do in front of Rudolph's intimidating glare. Rudolph stayed completely silent, but his inner emotions showed clearly in his eyes. So, without even asking, Genji, Kanon, and Goda all understood that they were under suspicion. Sometimes Goda would ask if he could help in an attempt to correct this misunderstanding, but that seemed to have the opposite effect. The only good option available to him was to stay quiet so that he didn't aggravate Rudolph and sit still at the end of the sofa. In the next room over, there were also 6 people: Erika, Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Nanjo, and Kumasawa. The former of the room and the suffocating atmosphere were the same as the cousin's room, but even so, it was relatively calm there. George sat holding Shannon, who was hanging her head despondently the whole time. Kumasawa and Nanjo sat nervously as they listened to Hideyoshi explain this situation. Just letting Shannon stay close to George even though you suspect the servants? No one suspects Shannon. She's a woman. A girl.
しかしわしらにはこうして銃がある。もちろん撃ったこともあるで。ハワイ射撃センターとちゃうで。わしな、もう時効だから白状するが、進駐軍のピストルをぶっ放して単価を切ったこともあるんやで。当時の闇市は外国人ヤクザが牛耳っとってな。
Yeah, Hideyoshi. He probably wanted to make everyone feel secure by convincing them that he could be relied upon. Hideyoshi went into one of his old stories that everyone heard many times, and that got more extravagant each time they heard it. It didn't make them any more confident in Hideyoshi's abilities, but it did seem to calm things down a little by bringing in a sense of normality.
どうしてこんな事件が。明日船が来られればいいのですが。
明日は難しいでしょうな。二晩の長丁場になりそうだ。とにかくこういう時はしっかり睡眠をとりましょう。
この状況ですやすや眠れるほど。
ジョージ様。
The pain and anger of losing his mother quietly tormented George. George, you're the one who did it! Sleepiness probably wouldn't be coming to him for a while. Erika suddenly clapped her hands as though she had just remembered something, then whispered in Hideyoshi's ear, interrupting the old story which he had grown very engrossed with.
すみません。ちょっといとこ部屋へ行ってきます。ちょっとどうしても向こうの使用人の方たちに確認したいことがありまして。
なんや、電話ではあかんのか。部屋番号をダイヤルするだけやで。
ほら、お忘れですか？電話。どうも犯人に壊されてるみたいですし。
なんや、ひょっとして彼らの証言に何か矛盾でも気づいたっちゅうんか。
Erika created a strong impression with her detective-like behavior up to this point. So Hideyoshi immediately assumed that this was something vital to do with the crime.
簡単な確認ですが、ひょっとすると大きなほころびを出すかもしれません。ちょっと行ってきます。誰も部屋から出さないでください。
隣の部屋とはいえ、一人は不用心やで。誰かお供を連れてった方がええんとちゃうか。
使用人たちも南條さんも完全には信用できません。
Why not Nanjo? What did he do?
秀吉さんはこの部屋の責任者。ジョージさんも秀吉さんをサポートできる優秀な男手です。誰も避けません。大丈夫です。探偵は襲われないって決まってますから。
Erika had already worked hard to look like a sharp, clear-headed person. Hideyoshi relaxed and agreed, thinking that it was just next door and it wouldn't be a problem.
小1時間ほどで。いや、あまりうろちょろするのも不用心ですね。朝まで隣にいます。
Until
明るく
morning.
なってから戻ってくる方がいいですよね。
その通りや。気をつけてな。
お隣の部屋に行くだけなのに。この部屋よろしくお願いします。誰も外へ出さないでください。この部屋を出るあらゆる理由がないと
So she
あらゆるものを運び込んだのですから。
what, bought herself, if it's 2 a.m. right now, she probably bought herself like another 4 hours? Or maybe 5? Food, drinks, blankets, medicines, towels, tissue paper, everything. The women also had their cosmetic pouches. They could spend 48 hours in here without being sure of any physical goods.
わかっとる。
Why is it important that the women have cosmetic pouches? It's freaking your looks are the least of your worries in a situation like this.
この部屋におるんは身を守るためだけやない。ひょっとしたらおるかもしれない犯人を見張る意味もあるのを。
Among Us?
よくわかっとる。
グッドです。ではどうかよろしく。
エリカちゃん、どこへ？表には誰も出ない約束だよ。
ああ、エリカちゃんはちょいと特別な用事を思い出してな。隣へ行く。大丈夫、平気や。
Yoshi suspected that Shannon might be one of the culprits. Since he also knew that Shannon and George had a special relationship, he apparently thought it would be prudent to mislead George about Erica's actions and motives. Andrew slowly opened the door and checked both ways down the corridor, his gun raised.
誰もおらんで。
ここまでで結構です。あなたが部屋を出ると同時にシャノンさんが豹変してジョージさんを人質に取らないとも限りませんよ。今こうして彼らに背中を向けているのさえ少々不用心です。
せやな。じゃあ用心するんやで。後でわしにも話を聞かせてや。
はい、それでは。
Alright. What's her plan now? Pushing Hideyoshi back inside, Erica closed the door. He then waited for the sound of the lock on the inside, and her smiling eyes slowly opened wide. Her expression had become ruthless and intelligent. With this, Erica had managed to obtain a period of several hours, during which all of the suspects were sealed up, and she alone was free.
ようやく自由捜査権を得ました。その前に後ろ宮バトラ。
フルネームで呼ぶな。
ここで登場人物全員の所在確認をさせてください。復唱要求です。
無論これにも答える義務はねえぜ。
その場合は私が見てない間に部屋を抜け出し、その人物が今後起こるだろう不思議な事件の実行者だと主張しきるだけです。不可能犯罪を見せたいならまずは所在確認に応じるべきです。
いいだろう。一応は聞いてやるぜ。言ってみろ。
いとこ部屋に対し隣の籠城部屋をこれより隣部屋と呼称します。よろしいですね。
わかりやすい。了解した。それで
今からする所在確認は生死を問いません。
When I check the characters' locations as I'm about to, I'm not concerned with whether they're alive or
体の
dead.
所在と考えてください。そしてもちろん現時点でのことです。では参ります。第1の番の犠牲者6人の所在は発見場所の通りである。夏日は自室、エヴァは貴賓室、キリエはクラウスの書斎、ローザとマリアは客間で、あんたは客室。
I'll be in a guest room if he's right here.
まさかこの時点でもうこの程度のことも復唱拒否ですか？
いいぜ。それを認める。
First off, it was acknowledged that the victims' locations were the same as the rooms that had been shown by the witch side's illusion.
グッと続けます。隣部屋に所在するのは秀吉、ジョージ、シャノン、熊沢、南條である。
認める。
The people in the room Erica had just left had been specified. It was the role of the human side to check every one of these seemingly obvious little details.
続けます。いとこ部屋に所在するのはそれ以外の全員である。
The word everyone drew a slight reaction from Battler. The intuition he had built up from all of his previous games told him not to answer this one
拒
instantly.
否する。それを認めるって言うと、金蔵の遺体もいとこ部屋の中にあるって論法になっちまうからな。
ああ、失礼。金蔵はすでに存在しないことが確定していますから、 全員という言葉からは抜いて考えてください。
なぜいとこ部屋だけ全員という言い方をする？クラウス以下6人の名前を個別に挙げて所在確認をすればいいのに、なぜそんなアバウトな言い方で。
6人の名前をいちいち読み上げるのが面倒くさいからです。それとも何か全員という言葉だと何か問題のあるトリックでもあるんですか？
If Butler had been told to repeat Cross, Rudolph, Jessica, Genji, Goda, and Kanon are in the cousin's room, he probably would have responded with Red without thinking too much about it. Yes, normally, Erica would have mentioned the name of each person inside and had him repeat it precisely. Butler hesitated to repeat, feeling some kind of unease because of the use of the word everyone.
私と金蔵を除き17人いる島で6人が殺されて屋敷に横たわり、隣部屋に5人がいるとなれば、残る6人はいとこ部屋にいる。これが正常な考えでしょ。しかし17人いる島だから6を引いて5を引いてさらに6を引けばちょうど0になって、所在不明の人間は0になるとバトラさんもこの辺の名前と人数のトリックで第3のゲームの南條殺しで散々苦しめられたはずです。
そうだな、あの時のトリックは18人分の名前と実際に存在する18人が食い違うことだ。未知の人物が混入する余地を許していた。
そういうことです。ですから名前だけでの所在確認は安心できないわけです。そこで私は全員という言葉を採用することにしました。この言葉はまだ私が想像もしていないバトラさんの新しいトリックを
Something even you haven't thought of?
なるほどな、うまいやり方だぜ。
If Battle was planning a new trick like the one used for the murder of Nanjo in the third game, where the names and number of people would have been used to create false alibis, and even naming off all 17 people and checking their positions left a trace of uncertainty behind. And if he skillfully managed to slip somebody past the names and numbers of the people.
例えばですが、この島に未知の暗殺者 X が紛れ込んでいるとします。仮にその X の名をプルプルピコマルと名付けましょう。
What is with this word, dude? Erica's so smart. She's considering tricks she hasn't even known. Doesn't even know exist.
なるほどな。全員の名を挙げて所在確認をしても、プルプルピコマルとやらはその網にかからないってわけだ。
そういうことです。この島には17人しかいない。そして17人の所在はここであるとされても、それだけでは不十分なわけです。前科もあるわけですからね。
しかし全員というのはあまりに範囲の広すぎる言い方です。他の言い方でうまく言い直せないでしょうか。
いや、ここで全員という言葉から逃げると、エリカはそれを根拠に全ての犯人をプルプルピコマルとやらの仕業で逃れきっちまう可能性がある。かつての俺もお前との戦いで未知の18人目 X だけを根拠に複数の謎にくさびを打ったことがある。
全員という言葉の重み、よーく考えてお返事くださいね。
Wore a full but evil smile, confident that she had made a powerful move. Players on the witch side must eradicate all possibilities that would be possible for humans. If I don't crush any chances for this ridiculously named man right now. Puro Pico. He'll be used to explain everything the witch does. That was a move I like to use in my old games with Beto. Back at the very beginning of the fight, my counterattacks were all based on an unknown 19th person, X. Because of that, it had been necessary for Beto to restrict the number of people on the island and eliminate any unknown person hiding somewhere. In that case, this time is the same. So, just like Beto did, I need to rid of any leeway in which that X can exist. The number of people on island has already been declared, but since she's suspecting tricks involving names and number of people, saying the same thing again won't satisfy her. In that case, I have no choice but to respond to her repetition request and use the word everyone. That word has a disturbing ring to it. And though I haven't figured it out yet, it feels like there's some kind of a demonic killer move hidden within it. Damn, after insulting Beto so much and saying that the witch side had a huge advantage, I'm feeling this much pressure just from a single repetition request.
ディストラクションですね。
チェス用語のか。
はい。敵の駒に圧力をかけ、移動を強いて、敵陣形を自らに崩させる手法のことです。
全員というあまりに広域で強力な駒に私は移動を強いているわけです。バトラさんにとってはこれによって生存者全員のアリバイが完全に保証され、以後の不可能犯罪を私に言い逃れさせないことが可能となるでしょう。何を恐れます？あなたにとって強力な一手じゃありませんか。
しかしそれはお前が敷いた上での手だ。お前はそれによって俺の何かの陣形を崩そうとしている。
どんな妙手も相手に望まれたならそれは握手に同じです。しかしここで全員という言葉を避けることも難しい。
The red truth can cut the weak reasoning of the human side apart over and over. In the past, I feared its ruthlessness. However, I quickly learned that it could be used as a basis for a counterattack.
赤き真実は殿下の宝刀か。ベアとの気持ち、今は痛いくらいにわかる。
It can kill with ease, but it's not something to be used with abandon. Using it carelessly can corner the witch side instead.
どうします？放流でも結構ですよ。
いや、わかった。認める。それ以外の全員がいとこ部屋にいることを認める。
Acknowledge that everyone else is in the cut.
ぐっとありがとうございます、バトラさん。実に美しくバッサリです。はあ、困りました。この状況で魔女からの手紙が現れたりなんかしたら、一体誰を疑えばいいのやら。
She said she was in trouble, but her face didn't look troubled at all. On the contrary, it looked as though she had just succeeded in making a very important foundational move. In the Witch's game, even a single mistaken move is fatal. In both chess and shogi, you can't take back a move once you made it. That last exchange had left a bad aftertaste, as though flesh had been torn and bones broken.
所在確認はこれで十分のはずだ。ゲームを進めてもらおうか。
そうします。ドラノール
And the tape to play what I cured.
それでは早速始めましょう。慈悲深いゲームマスター様がくださった権利を。
はい、心得ております。ガートルード、コーネリ
You can't take back a move, they say in the game where Erica's duct tape was fixed. True.
3部屋許された権利のうちの2部屋分を行使します。
Right, so they're sealing both the rooms that everyone's in right now.
金形、了解するものなりや。
いとこ部屋と隣部屋を封印。これで犠牲者以外の全員を封じました。これ以降何が起こっても封印の中の人間たちは問題となりません。
扉、窓の封印によりいとこ部屋、隣部屋の両部屋の密封は保証されました。
Alright. For just an instant, that red longsword had returned to Delnor's hand. They'd been given permission to draw it, thanks to the red truth that she had finally gained. When the fight cornered these two sealed rooms... What? When the fight concerned these two rooms from now on, Delnor would be able to use that merciless blade, the red key. This overwhelming power can even slice the Game Master in half. For a while, Erica and Delnor grinned at each other, entranced by the ruthless red light that was burned into their eyes. What have you done, Battler?
謹んでお尋ね立てまする。何か
人間側プレイヤーは魔女の出題を人間の仕業で読み解くのが戦い方と知るものなりや。
あなたにそう言いなし。
なればなぜにエリカ教と上司ドラノールは反抗の余地ある人間を自ら減らすように戦うなりや。
Cornelia's question was very simple. These two had made this move boldly and treated it like a powerful one, so it almost made it seem as though this move would greatly damage the witch. However, if you thought about it, Erica was just strangling her own neck.
これよりどのような事件が起こるかもまだわからぬと知りたまん。むしろ所在を確定させない人間が多い方が人間に有利ではないかと推測するものなりや。
今はまだ。今日も上司主席もそれを明かす段階にないと知りたてまつる。
死後陳謝するものなり。
Cornelia looked like she wasn't satisfied. In the previous game, in order to help Kinzo escape from the study, Battler had made desperate efforts to crush his locked room using a variety of methods. As a result, Kinzo had escaped into the darkness of the night, and it had later been possible to treat him like an elusive phantom. In other words, Samari, locked rooms were advantageous to witches and disadvantageous to humans. Witches proposed locked rooms, and humans destroyed and denied them. These were meant to be the standard tactics of this game. And yet, Erica created locked rooms herself and sealed a full 11 people in them. In other words, another Samari, this was the same as abandoning the right to use those 11 people when explaining all of the later tricks. Battler had also once sought to confirm the locations of certain people, but that had been to check whether certain pieces existed in which he could break locked rooms, a completely different situation. Why had Erica taken these 11 people, who were supposed to be her pieces, and sealed them in a locked room? Cornelia didn't have enough experience out on the field to understand this move, which only looked as though they were trapping themselves.
不気味な一手ですね。
Isn't it just so she can confirm like nothing happens outside of the or during like the few hours that she's like out inspecting things?
一体エリカは何を企んでいるのでしょう。
攻撃とは限らねえさ。チェスも将棋もそうだろ。キングの守りを固めておくのだって立派な戦略だ。
つまりこの2部屋の封印は攻めでなく守りだと。
そう考えるのが妥当だろうぜ。おかげで生存者たちにちょっかいが出しづらくなった。第2の番が実行しにくくなったってわけだ。
ああ、なるほど。魔女側は謎を多く提示した方が有利。
そうだ。何しろ一つでも謎が通れば魔女の勝ちなんだからな。多くの密室を提示した方が有利に戦える。
The mysteries that the witch side sets up are equivalent to attacks. The human side must perfectly intercept all of those. It's almost like a penalty kick face-off where conceding a single goal means defeat. But the witch side wants to increase its number of attacks. The human side wants to lower the number of attacks. When Battler had fought on the human side, he hadn't thought of the survivors holding up in a room as being particularly useful. However, from the witch's side perspective, this strategy was simple but effective. What made Beito incredible was the way she had bluffed and sneered at it as though it was useless. On the inside, she must have been very worried about how to break down all of those barricades in each game. Right now, I'm sure of that.
なるほど。事件が発生できないように守りを固めるのも人間側の戦い方なんですね。
しかしそれは平凡な一手だ。あの名探偵フルドエリカがあれだけ自信満々に強打するほどの一手じゃない。
Would Erica be happy? Would be happy after playing the defensive move? Though this move looks as though she's restraining herself, it's also extremely unlikely. Or it's also extremely unlikely that Erica, of all people, played a defensive move.
これはきっと守りじゃなく攻めなんだ。どういう攻撃か理解はできねえがな。
次は私たちの手番ですが、どうしますか？
とりあえず表向きは奴は第一の番の推理ではなく第二の番を防ぐための守りに手番を費やした。押さば引け、引かば押せだ。ならこっちは攻めていくしかない。
しかしどう攻めればいいやら、ゲストハウスはかなりの守りになっています。
そうだな。ゲストハウスの全域が今やエリカの支配下に見える。しかしビショップやナイトのように敵陣に食い込むのを得意とする駒だっていろいろある。
Butler snapped his fingers, made a single gold butterfly appear from the darkness, then flew up to the chessboard, trailing gold dust behind it. It landed without a sound, and transformed into a black piece representing the witch's darkness.
X-ray. これもチェス用語だったな。
Is it?
はい、一見敵の支配下に見えるマスが、実際は自分の駒が十分に影響力を効かせていることを見透かして攻撃する高等技法です。
エリカ、生存者をすべて密閉し、次なる俺の攻撃を防げると本気で信じている。それは甘い考えだ。
Butler raised his new black piece up high. His target was a single open space deep behind enemy lines.
どう見る？これが俺の王手だ。
Oh man, what is bro doing?
これでようやく羽が伸ばせます。まずは屋敷に深夜の散歩と参りましょうか。
殺人犯が潜んでいるかもしれない不気味な屋敷に、このような深夜に散歩とは酔狂な御人です。
とんでもない。
She already used the word everyone to confirm that everyone else was in the room. There could be no one else.
ようやく得た自由時間じゃないですか。今の私はプール授業の後の自由時間みたいにワクワクしています。
Now that Birkenstow was nowhere in sight, Erica was regaining her high spirits. She wasn't exaggerating when she said she could spread her wings. Eleanor knew that she was staking her own destruction on this game, and she was not in a favorable position by any means. Eleanor could do nothing but assist Erica so that she could fight to the best of her abilities.
よし。ゲストハウス1階の戸締まりも完璧ですね。玄関もちゃんとチェーンロックで封じられています。
Before leaving the guest house, Erica did a check of the first floor, making sure that nothing was out of place. Then she found a flashlight, an umbrella in the servant room next to the entrance.
では参りましょう。
まずは6人の死因くらいは確定しなくちゃ。
She unset the chain, unlocked the door, and opened it. The freezing outside air poured in.
風はだいぶあるようです。
まあ、この体など私にとって肉の売り。濡れようが冷えようがと行きましょう。
When Erica dropped her gaze to open her umbrella, she noticed something lying at her feet. A letter.
これはいつもの手紙です。
It was one of those letters sent by the witch, with the seal of the one-winged eagle on it. It had been wedged under the outside mat in front of the entrance, as though someone had predicted that Erica would eventually come this way while heading for the mansion. Due to the guest house's large eaves, the envelope had avoided rain entirely.
早速来ましたね。まるで待ち受けていたかのように。
He bent over and picked it up. Then she tore it open recklessly and pulled the letter inside out of it. The message had been written in neat handwriting.
ようこそフルドエリカ様ですって。やれやれ、私を名指しでですか。完全に読まれてますね。
内容は何です？
犯行予告です。いや、事後報告と言うべきですね。後ろ宮バトラの死体をお預かりしたそうです。どうぞ探してみてくださいとか言ってます。
第二の晩の寄り添うし二人を引き裂けではないのですか？
まあ、死体が消失する云々はベアとのゲームで何度かありました。それほど親身のある話ではありません。
Becca shrugged and scorned the letter. However, this letter was a real attack. All of the survivors were sealed in the rooms on the second floor. And after Cross and the others had gone around checking doors and windows, Becca had personally made sure that there was nothing at this spot. So, that's when an attack saying that someone who shouldn't exist has placed a letter, and that this someone was a witch. That was also an attack that the old Beito had often used.
やれやれ、見せ方も同じならトリックまで同じだって言うんじゃないでしょうね。ドラノール、バトラを呼び出してください。
了解です。
But they took his
バトラ
corpse.
卿、当方の手番を所望です。
了解だ。受けて立つ。
申し訳ありません。実は指し手の宣言がありません。
Then why you call him here? You said you were ready to make a move, idiot.
実は謝罪です。一つ謝らなければならないことがありまして。
Apologize. Atler and Beto's eyes went wide. However, though Erica said she wanted to apologize, she had a confident look on her face, as though that even that apology would be a new move. The battler glared at her dubiously, without letting his guard down.
例の遡っての封印についてですが。
You're gonna say that you actually put freaking tape around Battler's room?
実はすでに一箇所封印しておりました。それのご報告が遅くなりましたことをお詫びしたいと思います。
すでに封印していた？つまりお前はもうこれで3部屋分を使い切っていたということか。
はい、直ちに報告するお約束だったのですが、うっかり失念してここまでゲームを進めてしまいました。心よりお詫びいたします。
Sure, sure.
心より詫びてる顔には全く見えねえぜ。まあいいさ。俺が許した権利だ。それでいつどこを封印していたって？
ドラノール、
ご報告申し上げます。エリカ卿による死体検視時に
Yep.
バトラの客室を封印しておりましたことをご報告申し上げます。
Beto tried not to let it show on her face, but Erica didn't miss her eyebrows twitching slightly, and her gaze flickering over the battler.
本来なら5つの密室すべてに封印を施したかったところなのですが、ゲームマスターのあなたに敬意を表してバトラさんの死体の部屋だけを封印させてもらいました。
ご丁寧に俺の棺桶の蓋を閉じてくれたわけか。
つい先ほど思い出しましたもので、屋敷に到着し、あなたの死体の客室を調べるときにご報告すればいいかと思っていました。しかしこの手紙の登場で急ぎご報告した方がいいと思いまして。
どうしてそう思うのですか？
いいえ、何しろバトラさんは自分の死体の客室が封印されてることを知らずにゲームを進めてたわけですから、それによってひょっとしたらこの登場した手紙、話が変わってくる可能性もあるかな。
いとこ部屋と隣部屋を封印中です。事後報告で申し訳ないですが、さらにあなたの死体の客室も封印中です。そして島にはエリカ卿を抜いて17人。18人目の存在は過去のゲームですでに否定済みです。
となると手紙を置ける人物と あなたの死体消失、ひょっとして話も変わってくるかなと。
Becca laughed nastily while staring into Battler's eyes to see if he was panicked or disturbed.
バトラさん、
落ち着け。エリカの報告が遅くなっただけの話だ。何も焦ることなどない。
Becca had suspected it since the beginning. It was possible that Battler didn't. Actually, he hadn't been killed and was still alive. And if he was still alive, then the letter had suddenly appeared was easy to explain, even though all of the survivors were sealed up. Judging by Rachel's faint agitation, maybe Erica's guess had been right on the mark. Battler had played dead and somehow misled Erica's examination. And then, when everyone had holed up in the guest house, he had snuck out of the guest room. He had placed a letter about the disappearance of his own corpse at the entrance to the guest house, and then he had gone into hiding. If this was the truth, then the seals that had been placed on Battler's guest room at the time of Erica's examination were now very significant. In short, if he had used this trick, then Battler would have broken the seals when he left the guest room. The trick would not be workable without breaking the seals. Since the survivors were all sealed in the guest house, breaking the seal on the guest room would mean acknowledging that at least one of the victims was actually alive. If Battler had known about the seals earlier, it was likely that he would have advanced the game in a very different way to avoid this. Samadhi, in other words. It was very likely that an announcement about the seals would have a large effect on the rest of Battler's game. Erica was saying if Battler, playing the part of a corpse, had remained inside the guest room to avoid breaking the seals, then perhaps the plot would not have included this letter. If the truth was that Battler was actually alive and had placed the letter there, then, now that Erica's seals had come into play, there was a chance that he would find a contradiction in this trick somewhere down the line. That sort of contradiction is called a logic error.
ロジックエラー、今回の物語の随分最初の方で聞いた気がするわ。魔女側が犯してはならぬ最大最悪のミス、反則手だ。ああ、思い出したわ。物語の表裏が合わぬこと、矛盾することとか言ってたわね。伏せたカップの中に飴玉が現れる魔法の話を覚えているか。ええ、マリアお姉ちゃんとエリカがそれをめぐって論争したわね。あれはお姉ちゃんが目を閉じている間にカップの中にこっそり飴玉を入れるだけの単純な手品だった。そうだ、その手品の過程を観測していないマリアに魔法でカップの中に飴玉が現れたとする魔法幻想を受け入れたから魔法が成立した。そうか、ロジックエラーとは不可能になってしまった手品という。
Trick that had become impossible. Thinking back, the time when Erica and Maria had fought fiercely about the magic with the red and blue truth was really the opening battle of this tale. Let's try to remember that exchange. The heartless conclusion was it had all been a trick. Making the candy appear in the cup by magic had been nothing more than Beto's claim. Magic can only do things that one can accomplish. In other words, the only results that magic can leave behind are those that can be accomplished without magic. Allow me to say it straight out. There are two general types of magic. Such a cool animation. If you summon giants and make towers grow from the ground, but when the lid is taken off, nothing has happened in this rose garden. That's one type of magic. Alright, I had to reread that to understand what was being said. That is just fantasy, an illusion. It's a lie with no observers, taking place only where there is absolutely no anti-magic toxin, to use the words of the witch. Magic that doesn't have to produce a result is the easiest kind, and it is a lie. It is the same as a worthless delusion, a fantasy, a daydream. Even Battler saw through it partway through the third game. And there's another kind, which we might call true magic. Magic with results. The cup trick is an example of magic results because the observer checks and actually confirms the cup is empty and candy does appear inside the cup, and the observer is actually able to obtain that candy. I hadn't noticed that, unlike the magic of illusions, magic with results must follow one big rule. The rule is that only the unobserved process of what you accomplish can be transformed into magic. I'll say it even more plainly and ruthlessly. In short, all forms of magic are tricks. The only results of magic are things that can be accomplished without magic. Ironically, this also proves that magic doesn't exist. But out of respect for the Witch's game, let's call it making the game solvable and fair for the human player.
つまりカップの中の飴玉が今回はエリカの前に現れた謎の手紙ということになっている。これは手品でなくてはならない。それをお兄ちゃんは魔女が魔法で手紙をそこに置いたと主張することで結果を伴う魔法にしようとしている。
そうだ、生存者は全員ゲストハウスの密室に封じられている以上、突然に現れたこの手紙は魔女以外に置くことは不可能な不思議な魔法に修飾することができる。しかしそれでもつまりは可能な手品でなくてはならないということだ。
In order to break through the trick with the candy in the cup, Erica had countered with the blue truth, saying that the candy had been stuck there while Maria's eyes were closed. This was the correct answer, so Maria hadn't had any red that she could use. But what if she had used it? For example, what if Maria had used red truth at the time to say, until Maria lifted the cup up, the locked room of the overturned cup was preserved.
赤き真実は真実にしか使えないんでしょ？嘘をシャーシャーと言えたら重大なルール違反だわ。
そうだ、自分のトリックを否定する赤き真実は大きなルール違反だ。しかしその赤き真実に抵触しない別のトリックに即座に差し替えられるなら、いささかアンフェアではあるが、その赤き真実は認められる。
Violation. Instantly switch over to another trick.
この場合はカップの中の密室は維持されていたという赤き真実に矛盾しない手品のトリックを魔女側は即座に提出しなければならないということね。証拠を突きつけられて2点3点させる政治家の言い訳みたいだわ。
そうだ、まあその程度の赤ならばまだ苦しい言い訳でも言い逃れられる。テーブルに仕掛けがあったとか、二重底の手品用カップだったとか。しかしもしあらかじめその可能性についても赤で否定があったなら、赤き真実が多ければ多いほど言い逃れの余地もなくなるわけだ。
In actuality, the candy had been put in a cup while Maria's eyes were closed. However, if, when Erica saw through that, Maria had used red truth to say that the locked room with the cup had been preserved, the witch would have to rush and revise the scenario to a trick that still worked logically after that new red. Revising the scenario is an unfair move that would never be allowed in mysteries. However, the very act of revising the scenario takes place inside the witch's head, which is an unobservable world. So, she could claim that she'd been using the trick with the fake bottom cup from the beginning and no one could deny that. So, even if it really was a trick done while Oni-chan's eyes were closed, as long as the witch leaves herself a way out, she can even switch between truths, i.e. tricks. Rather than calling this an action allowed to witches, it would probably be better to say that it is only allowed for the game master and the one who creates and writes. But even still, the new trick was not contradict any of the previously stated red truths. If the red truth makes it so that the trick no longer makes logical sense, then there will be a mismatch between the two sides of the story, the illusory result that the game master claims was done by magic, and the true result that was brought about by a trick. There will be a contradiction, and things will no longer make logical sense. We call this a logic error. And that means the destruction of the witch's game.
人間に説明可能なゲームがこの世界。すなわち全ての魔法はトリックでも可能なようになっていなければならない。トリックで不可能だったら人間側は打つ手なしのステイルメイト。いいや違う。それこそがロジックエラーと呼ぶ致命的かつ最悪の反則手だ。これを魔女側が犯した場合、即座にゲームは破壊され致命的敗北となる。お兄ちゃんは多分エリカにトリックをカンパされたわ。探偵権限のないエリカは検視ができない。それを理由に死んだふりを続け、こっそり客室を出てゲストハウスの玄関に手紙を置いた。しかしバトラが許した遡って封印ができるなどとする大甘な配慮により、お兄ちゃんのバカ、まだ現時点では狼狽するほどではあるまい。客室の封印が健在かどうかはまだ赤き真実で確定していない。封印を破るも自由、破らぬならバトラ以外が生きてたことにし、手紙を置いた人間を差し替えてもよいだろう。そうね、お兄ちゃんだけでなくお母さんたちの死体だって赤で死亡は確定していない。実はみんな死んだふりだったってことにしてもまだ全然問題ないわ。そうだ、全くうろたえる段階にない。要はエリカの封印と手紙を置くトリックを矛盾させぬよ
Come on,
う
Battler,
手
think.
を変えればいいだけの話。
Get through this.
矛盾なく他の筋書きに変更するのだってゲームマスターに許された手の一つだわ。しかし想定したシナリオをその途中で変更することは物語に歪みを与えることもある。まだ第一の番を終えたばかりという段階を思えばあまりに痛恨の一手。どうやら自陣深くに駒を刺されたるはバトラの方だったようだな。この紛れ込んだ一コマはブーツに入り込んだ一粒の小石のように今後一歩一歩歩くたびにこの一粒の小石バトラを殺すやもしれぬ。
Killed by a pebble in the shoe, dude.
まだロジックエラーと言える段階ではありません。それに遡って封印したのにそれの報告が遅れたこちらにも過失があります。ですからこの手紙の登場についてバトラさんも遡って筋書きを書き直してくださっても結構ということです。
But doing that just confirms your suspicions that you were right.
遡って書き直すとは。
なるほどな。俺がこの手紙を置いたとするなら、俺が密室に封じられた時点でそれは不可能だとなると、この手紙もここに現れてはいけないことになる。
そうです。ですからその小さな矛盾の修正をどうかしてもらえたらと思います。
今私たちはここでそれをなかったことに、あるいは他の内容にシナリオ変更していただいても結構ということです。
ただ手紙とガムテープがあるだけでフルドエリカにはこの程度の一手が可能です。いかがです？
Shut the hell up. I'm not letting you finish that. Damn, what a dirty move. Well, what else should I expect from Erica? Also made a promise with Delnor to play an all-out merciless game. Yeah, it's true. I had been planning to make Battler actually be alive, and then have him slip out of the guest room, resulting in his disappearance and the placement of the letter. However, if I revise the scenario now that my move's been spotted, it would be the same as admitting that it was spotted. Even if I have to be stubborn about it, I don't want to admit that I've been seen through here. I don't want to acknowledge a pathetic plot change where I try to sneak out of the guest room and end up breaking the seal. I want to change over to a different trick so that the letter will be placed and my corpse will be hidden, while still preserving the seals on the guest room. It doesn't really have to be me who places the letter. I can still revise the logic without contradictions.
しかしバトラさん、手紙は何とか置けてもその後の自分の死体の消失はどうするのですか？客室は密封されています。密室から死体を消すトリックをたった今から用意しなくては ロジックエラーを起こします。
まだ時間はある。ギリギリまで考える。くそ。
A painful laugh. Battler unconsciously scratched at his head.
とにかくこの手紙はそのままでいい。はい、すみません。客室が封印されてると矛盾するので、はい、変更しますなんて一本取られたと認めるのと同じことだ。まるで天井裏に隠れてる忍者の気分だな。蹴取られて槍でぶっすり刺されたの。痛みに耐えて槍の先の血をこっそり拭い、さ、痩せ我慢でいい。ここは痛みを蹴取られたらまずいんだ。
バトラさ
ん。なあベアト、今の俺きっとかつて俺との応酬で痛いとこ疲れた時にお前が浮かべてたような。くそ。
Ito couldn't think of anything to say. Useless words of comfort would only get in the way of Battler's thinking now.
かつてのお前ならどうする。俺を散々苦しめてきた密室の数々を生み出したかつてのお前ならどんなトリックで密室から俺の死体を消す。
Ito trembled and groaned. Told her I've been an expert at locked room tricks. If only that memory, that power, could revive, she would be able to help Battler. There's still time to think. There's still time. Nice going, Erica. That was a dirty move. Cheating. And Battler let her get away with it. Logic error. Oh, this was the stopping point you had last stream? I guess about a couple hours. Been streaming for like about 2 hours 40, but what is this music? Oh, the girl's witch hunt. We only heard it once before. Oh man. Let me think. Like stopping here, we probably have another what? 6-7 hours if we stream again, so we should probably go for at least this chapter more, maybe 2. Either get to chapter 16 or 17. Let me crack open a cold one. I think it's too early to stop now, so we're gonna keep going. But I think if it's gonna go on for like another 6 hours, then we probably won't go on that long. I guess we'll think about it as we get through this. Holy. Alright, so we keep the letter, and Erica's going to the mansion to investigate. Oh, man. Oops. The entrance to the mansion was locked, but Erica had a master key, so she opened it without any trouble. Who gave her that? She'd gotten Cross and the others to take the master keys from the servants, and at that time, she had used a little sleight of hand to pilfer one of them. Wow, thief!
さて、最初はどちらから？
言うに及びません。バトラさんの答えをまずは聞かせてもらおうではありませんか。
Grinning, Erica cut across the entrance hall, passed by the dining hall, and headed deeper and deeper into the mansion. She headed for the guest room Battler had lain dead in. Valor could put off deciding whether the seals would remain intact or not until the moment right before Erica witnessed them. Oh boy. Why the hiccup so bad? However, when she did witness them, the Game Master would have to show what had happened to them. In the witch's game they were in now, the simple act of going to check the seals around the guest room was an attack.
よろしいですか、バトラ卿。
ああ、お前風に言うといざ来たる。
グッと。ではあなたの王書を拝見しましょう。さて、封印は破られているか、密室は維持されているか否か。
The piece Erica held high in the air was the White Queen, which represented herself. Of course she'd make herself the queen. Her target was Battler's territory. She cut straight in. Erica dashed down the hallway with a sickening smile and clung to the guest room door like a spider. Creepy! Then she closely examined the seal she had placed retroactively.
ああ、ここでは引けない。俺が封じられても手紙を置く方法はあるんだからな。
しかし今からエリカは客室に踏み入るでしょう。そしてバトラさんの遺体の存在を観測します。どうするおつもりです？遺体があるならそれで問題はありません。予告の手紙は空振りしますが、別にそれはペナルティでも何でもありません。しかしあなたは正面からぶつかる気でいる。
男にはな、真正面から来られたら相手がどうであっても受けなきゃならねえ時ってのがあるんだよ。ここだけは引けねえ。受け切る。逃れる手なんて後からいくらでもこじつけられる。俺は前回それを金蔵の書斎でやりきっている。大丈夫だ。いけるいける。来いエリカ。
客室の完全な封印を確認しました。
Undamaged.
エリカ卿がバトルの存在を確認して以降、この密室は維持されています。
グッと封印を破ります。ビリビリボリボリ。
So weird. Erica destroyed the duct tape seal though on the door in ecstasy. It looked as though the intellectuals has finally laid her true nature bare.
さあ当てますよ。見せてください。バトラさんの赤裸々なシナリオを。
Like a ruffian pushing down a weak girl, Erica mercifully and greedily threw the door open. Then finally, the inside of Battler's guest room was observed by Erica. Battler had to show it. Was there a corpse or wasn't there? Dude, attention.
これが俺の王者だ。
Battler grabbed a black piece from the board and raised it high. That piece... Beito had no memories at the time she had been an expert at this game, and yet, for some reason, she realized this was a move from which there would be no coming back. Once a piece was moved, it wouldn't be taken back. He opens his door and Battler's standing there, gun raised and blasts her. And we get the good ending. Everything ends. No more. The guest room was covered by silent darkness. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. However, there was a light switch just off to the side of the entrance. If that was pressed, the room would be lit up and everyone would see whether or not a corpse. There was a corpse on the bed.
いえ、ちょっとだけ待ってください。
What, soaking in the atmosphere?
提案です。
She's not the detective, just kill her? Yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying.
聞こ
もうお分かりと思いますが、今回の私は犯人は誰かという王道的な勝利を目指していません。私の敵は駒殺しの犯人程度ではなく、対戦相手であるあなた自身なのですから。
う。分かってる。狙いはロジックエラーか。今は激しく後悔している。お前が惨めそうなふりをしていたのにまんまと騙されて、おかしな権利を許しちまったことをな。
あなたのおごりです。高い支払いをすることとなります。
くそ。
それでそちらの提案とは何ですか？
With a firm voice, Beto urged her to continue. Until just a sec ago, she had remained behind Battler's back, a bit flustered. However, she was steady now. She saw that Battler had let its emotion take control and been lured into making a bad move, and realized that it was time for her to stay cool and support him. Yo, let's go, Beto. Erika's proposal couldn't be anything good. On top of that, Erika was sly. She probably wouldn't make a proposal that could be easily rejected.
今から明かりをつけます。ベッドの上が照らし出され、手紙の予告通りにバトラさんが消失しているか否かがいればよし。何もおかしいことはありません。手紙の予告が空振りに終わるだけです。もちろん、では誰が手紙を置いたのかという論点に戦いは移るでしょうが、とりあえず戦いの場はこの密室を脱します。
もし消失していたら。
Beto already knew. She knew the move Battler had made a second ago. Battler had already disappeared from this room. Therefore, they would need to prepare a different disappearing trick. One other than he was actually alive and left through the door. The situation is simple. First, this room is a locked room. Also, Battler's life or death status had not been confirmed. In other words, it would pose no problem if he was alive. Under these conditions, they had to make Erika think that Battler disappeared. He could escape from the room. Or, if that's impossible, he could hide somehow and wait for her to leave, making her think he
この
disappeared.
狭い部屋の中で、これから私たちのエンドゲーム、詰め勝利が始まります。ほんの数手で決着するでしょう。あなたはこの部屋からバトラを脱出できるロジックを構築できず、物語を破綻させゲームオーバーになります。
それを避けるべく戦うのはこちらの仕事です。それで提案というのは、
ロジックエラーをめぐるエンドゲームではより精密さを増した戦いをすべきです。また私たちは赤と青の真実でこれから攻防を行うわけですが、その赤き真実によってロジックエラーを起こさないか、ゲームマスターと同格の審判が監視する必要が出てきます。
道理です。
これは何も特別なことではありません。かつてのあなたがゲームマスターだった時も、あなたの後見人であるラムダデルタ教によってそれは監視されていました。その結果、赤き真実が全て有効であると判断されていたのです。
俺たちの手の内をラムダデルタに見せろっていうのか。
最初から見てるわよ。
Where do you come
大丈
from?
夫、安心して。ジャッジメントについては公平だから。
それを赤き真実で語れますか？
ええ、ジャッジメントの公平を誓うわ。前回のゲームでも私十分公平だったつもりよ。
どっちに転んでも面白い裁判では特にね。受けなさい、バトラ。エリカはあんたを詰めるわ。わかる？この部屋であんたと決闘して殺すということよ。男なら決闘を受けなさい。
いいだろう。
Ah, come on,
俺が
Battler.
不可能殺人を見せるたびにいちいちロジックエラーを疑われてちゃ話が進まねえ。ゲームが有効であることを保証する立ち会い人は確かに必要だ。
じゃ 私はこっち側に回るわね。あんたの手拝見するわよ。ふむふむ。
Now Delta understood what Battler had up his sleeve, and she confirmed that Erica's first move had indeed gone straight through his heart. Just as Erica had guessed, Battler was alive, and after Erica had examined his corpse, he had slipped out of the room, placed a letter by the guest house, and hid himself somewhere else. Once the duct tape seals were retroactively placed on the guest room, he suddenly became required to show that they had been torn. However, if he had done that, it would have been the same as admitting that he had been seen through and he had lost. Unwilling to admit that, Battler had claimed that the seals had been preserved with false courage, he was now rushing to revise his logic. True, he could still escape for a few more moves. However, Erica was planning to corner and kill him here.
バトラー、あんたすごいカードで戦ってるのね。
カード？お前にはこのチェスがトランプに見えるのか？
私にはあんたたちがポーカーで戦ってるように見えてたわ。だからこっち側に回ってあんたの持つカードの全てがわかる。ひどい手だわ。まるで役なしじゃない。しかもそれをあんたは完璧にエリカにカンパされてるわ。
あんたならどうするよ。
私は審判よ。助言はしないわ。でも感想は言わせて。
いや、いい。
ゾクゾクするわ。あんたこの役なしの手で掛け金だけのブラフでエリカを下ろせる気でいるのね。降りないわよ、あいつは。今むしろチップを払って降りるべきはあんたの方だわ。
助言感謝します。バトラさん、私も同感です。この部屋での戦いを降りましょう。勝てるカードはありません。
カードチェンジでマシな役に化けるのを期待してるの？あんたチェスをしてるつもりなんでしょ？
You're the one who brought up cards!
チェスの世界に産んだのになんか持ち込んでると死ぬわよ。
By hoping for a card change, he meant relying on luck and hoping that even though he couldn't think of anything now, he might later be able to think of a good plan for how to make this locked room trick hold up. Battler, if you start this battle without a trick up your sleeve, you're marching to your death. If you ever plan to back down, it has to be now. Just eat the Battler piece when Erica isn't looking. Just chomp it down. Erica, quick, what's that? Then, when Erica presses the light switch, you just have to be lying on the bed. That's all there is to it.
ラムダ、何の話をしてるのか知らないけど、おしゃべりが長すぎるわ。審判は公平でいてくれなきゃ。
そうね。じゃあ頑張ってね、バトラー。チェスらしい精密な戦いを期待してるわ。あんたがしてるのはポーカーじゃないんでしょ？
覚悟はいいですか？
ああ、いいぜ。いつでも明かりをつけろ。
これよりこの部屋での戦いは時間進行を停止して行います。それにより双方のすべての手は同時的であり、最初に出された手であろうと後から出された手であろうと、意味が分かりにくいと思いますが、これはロジックを守るためのあなたを保護するルールです。あなたはこれからへりくつの限りを尽くしてこの部屋のトリックの再構築を行うわ。つまり戦いの途中で良いアイデアが思いつく可能性もあるということ。本来筋書きを途中で変更するのはアンフェアな行為。それを認めるために後から思いついたロジックであっても後出しではないという同時的な時間停止の世界が必要なのよ。
もちろんこれはエリカにとっても利用できるルール。バトラが変更した新しいトリックに対応して別の対応を取ることができる。
ややこしいですね。
シンプルな話さ。汚職政治家のへりくつ合戦と同じってことだろ。
Spreading up politicians
シ
again.
ャーシャーと嘘をついて、それをカンパされる証拠を出されたら、それに矛盾しないように、それまでの嘘、記憶違いでしたとシャーシャーと撤回して、新しい嘘に変更する。嘘と それを破る証拠とそれを逃げる嘘と、そういう互いの尻尾を飲み込もうとぐるぐる回る。
グッと。要するに後出しのへりくつがいくらでも許される世界と考えてください。私もこの部屋の封印の件でそれを行使しました。だからあなたも行使できるようにするのがフェアなことだと思いまして。
よくもシャーシャーと言えるものです。
Of course not.
OK。 では双方始めなさい。初手はエリカからでしょ。いえ、ベッドの掛け金の確認から。
そうね、ベッドのバトラの確認からだわ。エリカ、始めなさい。お任せを、我が主ナイト。
With a click, the sound of the light switch rang out, and a bulb turned on, lighting up the room. Battler's bet on the bed was...
ドラノール、赤で確認を。
はい、ベッドの上には。
いや、俺の手だ。俺が言おう。ベッドの上に後ろ宮バトラーはいない。
グッと。よく勝負を逃げませんでしたね。敬意を表します。
レートの高い勝負ってことは、お前だって負けた時の支払いが多いということだ。覚悟はあるんだろうな。
自分に有利である自信がない限り。ドラノール、記録を取りなさい。
良いです。
Listen to the burn now? At Delanor's nod, Cornelia, who was getting back, started taking a record. She wrote down that Battler's corpse, which should have been on the bed, was not. And also that Battler hadn't backed down from this locked room game.
バトラの初手は予告通りの死体消失からよ。次はエリカの手番。どうぞ。
後ろ宮バトラが生きていて、室内のどこかに隠れている可能性の提示です。これを青き真実で。
無効だ。それを青き真実で語りたいなら具体。
It's going forward too fast.
前回のゲームの金蔵の書斎でドラノールにめった打ちにされてたっけ。仕返しってわけかしら。探し始める前に探さずに使える青き真実を一つ。発見不可能な隠し扉 X の可能性。その中に隠れているため私には発見不能。
ノックス第3条、秘密の通路の存在を禁ずだったな。
客室内にエリカさんに発見不能な隠れ場所は存在しません。
ノックス第3条、有効です。
グッド。では早速。
Erica slowly began to walk around the room. Till the endgame had started, Erica had been energetic, jumping about impatiently like a hungry dog. However, now that it had actually begun, this was a stifling battle of wits, where each breath made her tense. Even the quiet sound of the rain was distracting.
客室内を捜索した上でその構造を要求。
You're the one that searched it. Why do you need a description of it?
客室はベッドルームとバスルームの2部屋構成となっています。エリカ卿は現在ベッドルーム部分の全てを捜索しました。例外は1箇所のみ。
その1箇所は今も保留します。その結果ベッドルーム内に異常は
ありませんでした。例外1箇所を除きベッドルームに誰の姿もありません。
Except for one location, there is no one to be seen in the bedroom. But thinking of the closet?
なんだ。いやらしい言い方をせずに公表しろ。
伏せたカードは伏せたままだから意味があるんです。必要とあれば開きますのでお楽しみに。
After thoroughly checking the bedroom, Erica headed for the bathroom door. Since he wasn't in the bedroom, it's natural to think that he was in the... since he wasn't in the bedroom, it was natural to think he wasn't in the or he was in the bathroom. Fuck. I can't read anymore! And since the guest room was made up of 2 rooms, if Battler wasn't in the bathroom either, it would mean that he had managed to vanish from the locked room. Except for that single location in which Erica had intentionally left unchecked.
バスルームを調べます。
ヘリカ鏡、中から水音が聞こえます。わずかに熱気もです。
まさかシャワー中でしたか？鍵でもかかっています？
いや、かかっていない。開ければいい。
では失礼させていただきます。
Slowly, Erica put her hand on the doorknob on the bathroom door. She tried to push it open, but felt a strange resistance. Of course, it wasn't the resistance of the lock. It felt as though it had an unnatural load on it. Out from the slightly open crack poured the hot air from the shower. However, it was unlocked, so there probably wasn't anyone taking a shower. After letting a dumbfounded expression rise to her face, Erica slammed into the door with her whole body, knocking it open. As soon as she opened the door, a tempest of hot air and water blasted her. Erica was thrown for a loop, unable to understand what had happened. After falling backwards on her butt, she realized that boiling hot water was spewing out her and hard. Get blinded!
何ですかこれ。ふざけた。いたずらです。
Cursing, Erica wrapped the blanket from the bed around herself and tried to enter the bathroom once more. What is this? This time, she was able to figure out what was going on. It was an elaborate prank. A wire fixed the shower nozzle in place so that it pointed at the entrance. The pressure and heat were turned up to the max, so that anyone who went through the door would be met with a wave of hot air. The pressure was very strong, which probably accounted for the weight that she had felt when trying to push the door. How strong was the water pressure on the door for her to struggle opening it? She tried to make the nozzle point in another direction, but not only was it fixed in place by a wire, it was also fixed in place high enough that Erica couldn't reach with her height. She tried to turn off the pressure, but that was also held in place by wires. Holy. She couldn't manage anything with her bare hands. She would have to get a tool that could cut the wires. However, when she glanced into the bathtub, which was filled to the brim with very hot water, she saw a bundle of wires and a pair of nippers that had been used to cut them lying at the bottom. If she used those, she could turn off the pressure. What does Battler do, and what did he set up? The blanket she had used to protect herself in the shower became more and more drenched with boiling hot water. At this rate, she'd get burns even through the blanket. She needed to turn the water off quickly. Looking next to the bathtub, she spotted a long-handled body brush hanging there. Perfect. Erica used that to skillfully scoop the nippers up from the bottom of the tub. Fortunately, it was a shallow Western-style bathtub. If it had been a deep Japanese one, it probably would have burned her badly. Should have been a very deep one. Sneaky Erica finally takes a shower. All part of Battler's plan. It doesn't matter what happens after this, he's won. Making sure not to touch the hot metal part, she carefully took the nippers and cut the wires around the faucet. Take that, and that. He finally closed the faucet and the heat from the hot water storm died down. For a while, Erica was forced to cool her almost burnt arms under running water.
とんだ災難です。
あんたも一風呂どうです？このボディブラシで顔面を洗ってあげますよ。
お気持ちだけで結構です。
あっそ。そりゃ残念です。
Erica had finally regained enough of her composure to be abusive. He closed the faucet completely, and silence returned to the bathroom. After that, all that remained was Erica's heavy breathing. She turned on the fan to get rid of the hot steam. She left the bathroom for a moment until that was finished. It was pleasant, like stepping into an air-conditioned room on a hot summer's day.
ふざけた罠ですね。しかしこれは検視時にはなかったものです。よってこの罠の出現により後宮バトラが生きていたことが証明されましたね。まあ もとより死んでいるとも思っていませんでしたが。
バレているカードを堂々と晒してきたというだけの話です。
ではバスルームの中を確認しましょう。バトラの姿は？
いいえ、バスルームに誰の姿もありません。
No one in the bathroom.
グッと。これで私たちは例外1箇所を除いて客室にバトラが存在しないことを確認しました。
いい加減にしてください。その例外一箇所とは？
Closet?
棺桶です。
A coffin?
後ろ見はバトラのね。
肺は肺に、死体は棺桶に。
この部屋で詰めるんだろ。いいぜ、キナ。
The previous period of silence, complete except for the rain, was suddenly replaced by the overpowering smell of a burning fuse. Though it was extremely quiet, the room was filled with tension, as though you could be sliced in half if you relaxed for an instant. A cloud of gold butterflies gathered on the room round table and turned into a witch's chessboard. It was finally time for a siege. It is time.
青き真実。あなたはこの部屋から消失などしていません。姿を隠し、あたかも密室から消え去ったかのように錯覚させただけです。隠れた場所は私がまだ調べていない例外1箇所。
How does that count as valid when she's not actually saying what the freaking location is? As Erica raised her right hand, a single gold butterfly appeared from the darkness behind her. Split between the index finger and middle finger of Erica's raised hand became a white piece. Then she lifted it high into the air.
例外1箇所とは入り口脇のウォークインクローゼット。
Yeah, there it is. Bang! Like a white bolt of lightning striking the earth, the white piece honed in on the weak spot in Battler's territory and slammed onto the board.
そう、ここです。
With a crash, the door of the closet, which was just off to the side of the guest room's entrance, was impaled by a spear that represented the blue truth. Then Nor had spun around and thrown it. The door was completely pierced, and the spear stuck in so deeply that if a human had been hiding in it, it would have struck through their chest as well. Its still quivering handle was a testament to the force with which it had been thrown. Battler in the closet.
ここしか隠れる場所はありません。あなたは今この中に隠れているのです。
How do you know he didn't just escape? Like while Eriko's dealing with the freaking faucet. I'm sure that took enough time for him to sneak out.
どうです、バトラさん。心臓のど真ん中を一突きで、まさにスマザードメイトってところですか？
バトラさん、次はこちらの番です。
ああ、やはりな。そうだろうと思ったぜ、エリカ。わざと一箇所を残し、相手を棺桶に追い詰める。前回のゲームで金蔵を夏日の部屋に追い込んだのと同じ手だ。その手は読んでいたぜ。
おや、そうでしたか。では応酬をお願いします。しかし予告します。
してみろ。
あと2手であなたをチェックメイトします。
Two more
こ
moves.
れが予告です。
なら俺も同じ予告だ。俺もまたお前をあと2手でチェックメイトする。
No?
面白いじゃない。
矛盾した予告だわ。嘘つきはどっちになるのかしら。
The air cackled and sparked. The silence would hurt one's skin.
ではどうぞ、そちらの手番です。
無駄です。あなたたちの棺桶ごときで バトラさんを捕らえることなどできません。
Useless.
これが俺の王子だ。
Slowly, Battler held his hand over the chessboard. A gold butterfly that appeared from darkness rested on Battler's finger and became a black piece. That black piece was the king, which represented Battler himself.
バトラはクローゼットに隠れているへの俺の一手だ。くらえ。
He's not.
後ろ宮バトラ、客室内に存在しない。クローゼットも含め一切の例外なくだ。
Like a black bolt of lightning in it this time. Battler slammed his piece down on the white piece of Erica's that had cut deep behind his line, smashing that piece completely. As gold sprayed everywhere, a faint cloud of gold dust hung in the air. Erica's piece melted beautifully into the darkness.
そうか。まずクローゼットに隠れ、エリカがシャワーに気を取られてる間にこっそり部屋を抜け出した。
But surely Erica predicted that.
金蔵を書斎から逃した手法と同じだ。観測者の観測をそらし、闇に消える。
グッと。そうでしょうね。ええ、そうでしょうね。読んでいますよ。その一手はね。
Next was Erica's turn. A gold butterfly fluttered in front of Erica, and she grabbed it right out of the air with a swipe of her hand. Then she lifted that hand high into the air and raised the white piece up high.
遡り手を宣言します。この部屋に封印を破って入った一番最初の時点です。
What other retroactive move could you have possibly made?
あの時、私はすぐに扉を閉め、
Oh, and that's
チ
the
ェーンロックをかけ直し、この部屋を封じました。
Oh, and that's why he's locked in that room at the beginning. You can't just announce that you've done something later. But that's the whole reason that they wanted the whole thing to go and like stop time.
異議申請。事件発覚時にゴーダがチェーンを切断したはずだ。
Oh?
チェーンロックが機能しない以上、チェーンロックでの封印は不可能だ。
異議却下。
What do you mean overruled?
チェーンロックを修復。
Oh, okay, she can just do that?
不可能です。真鍮製のチェーンをどうやって修復するというんですか。
修復は可能よ。ベアトも忘れたの？ガムテープの封印。エリカはね、そのガムテープで切断されたチェーンの切断
Oh my
と両
lord.
端をつないで封
What do
印
you
したの。
mean?
つまり封印によってチェーンを修復し、それによってこの部屋を内側から再び密室にしたってわけね。
異議申請。エリカさんはすでにガムテープの封印を使い切ってるはずです。もう封印はできないはず。
異議却下。ガムテープの使用制限は回数じゃなかったでしょ。部屋の数よ。3部屋までという場所の制限。
Really should have not have given her that tape, holy. He knows that cape can do anything.
エリカはその一部屋にこの客室を選んでるわ。だからエリカはこの部屋に何箇所でも、そして何度でも封印する権利を持つ。
そう。俺がそう許した。
これがあなたのおごりの代償です。情けとはおごる者が最も好む悪しき化
というわけで、遡り手によりガムテープの封印によってチェーンロックが修復されて元の機能に復帰していることを宣言します。
I hate these retroactive moves. Actually, I already closed the door. You can't get out. It was closed from the very beginning. I just didn't tell you until now.
そしてそれにより、私は入室と同時に施錠を行い、この客室を内側より再び密室としました。
The white piece Erica held aloft represented a seal formed by the chain lock. This move would draw out Battler's king and drag it to the guillotine. The piece for the chain lock was slammed down on the square of Battler's king's throat.
副将要求今このチェーンロックは施錠を維持している
Battler's face contorted. Beto, who was watching from behind, grimaced even more. This move was very painful. If his logic was that he had hidden in the closet until Erica passed by, and then used the uproar in the bathroom to escape, then the chain lock must have been unset. In other words, he couldn't respond to this repetition requests. And if he didn't respond, Erica's very next move would be to use the blue truth. He would say, you hid in the closet, then used the disturbance in the bathroom to escape. Since you couldn't set the chain lock from the outside, you left it undone. And she would be right. That would be checkmate. As Erica has predicted, she would strike the finishing blow on the second move. And on top of that, she would probably use the disappearing battler to fully explain almost all of the tricks behind the crimes that were to follow. Losing the battle over this locked room would steal a major deciding piece from Battler. But what if he was able to respond to repetition requests? What if he could say the lock created by the chain is still intact? That would be fatal to Erica. It had already been shown with the red truth that this guest room could only be made into a locked room from the inside. So, this hopeless locked room would instead become Erica's coffin. With a riddle this tough, Erica would probably be forever unable to solve the mystery of Battler's disappearance. And even a single unsolved riddle would mean victory for the witch's side. Like, she couldn't see anything until she flipped on the light. If she was like... Couldn't Battler have like... sneakily hid against the wall as she entered the room? And then slipped out? Like before she turned on the light and then turned around and locked the door? Battler wanted to respond to this repetitive request if at all possible. However, if he answered by saying that the chain was still set, he would have to abandon the logic saying that he had escaped while Erica wasn't looking. Because after escape, he wouldn't be able to set the chain lock again. The new riddle would put Erica in a much more difficult situation, but it would require him to construct a different escape method. Even a move such as him leaving the closet during the chaos in the bathroom and hiding in another place, say under the bed, wouldn't work because he already proclaimed that Battler does not exist within the guest room. If he could construct logic that allowed him to escape from here while leaving the chain locked intact, then Erica would be the one facing a fatal blow. However, if he didn't have that logic, if he failed, it would be a logic error. The worst and most abominable illegal move that would instantly end the game in its defeat. He would have no way to recover. For Battler, deciding how to respond to this repetition request was a very advanced and difficult decision. Either way, Erica would probably corner Battler.
バトラさん、この客室はすでにその密室性についていくつもの赤き真実でそれを保証してしまっています。それをどうやって脱出するというのですか？
チェーンロックさえどうにかできれば。
I could somehow decide, or if I could somehow deceive the chain lock, I could make Erica have to deal with a terrible locked room. It would probably finish her off, but in order to do that, I need to make a trick for escaping this room, which remained sealed until Erica returned to it, and which was sealed by a chain immediately after Erica entered. On top of that, I have to make sure that the chain can only be set from the inside. Remains in place. What? To make sure that the chain can only be set from the inside. Okay. No, I get it. If I can do that, if I can figure out a way, then it all ends here. But I still can't think of that trick. Right now, Erica is asking me to repeat whether the chain lock is still set or not. I need to decide whether I'll take that challenge or back down. I need to do it right now. If I have a certain win trick, then this is where I should fight. But if I don't have that trick, I should just acknowledge that I slipped out of the closet, undid the chain, and escaped. And back out of the fight. If I say the chain was set without a trick up my sleeve, then it's impossible for me to escape. In other words, it's a logic error.
この部屋での戦いを落としてもまだチャンスはあります。まだ2日目の未明ではありませんか。不可能犯罪を再び構築する時間も十分にあります。
いや、ダメだ。もしここで俺が部屋から逃げたことを認めたら、それはもう犯人であることを認めたのと同じだ。この部屋の戦いを降りることは、このゲームの負けを認めることだ。
I don't know, Battler. You could definitely think of some other, like, some other fancy trick that looks like magic, right? You don't. I don't think you have to, like, fight this, even if it means admitting that Battler was actually pretending to be dead for a time. He could die later by someone else, surely. Battler's point was a valid one. If Battler was the only one alive and free to move while all the other humans were locked in the guest house, Eriko would probably name Battler as the perpetrator for all of the following impossible crimes and base her blue truce around that. If Battler wanted to forcefully turn that around on her, he would have to rewrite his tricks and logic so that someone other than Battler would be set up as the perpetrator. To fix up one flaw, he would have to create new flaws, and the flaws might eventually pile up and kill Battler. Even running away would mean tightening the noose around his own throat. The first truth, that Battler is the culprit, had already been hit upon. But I'm still going to stubbornly refuse to give in and somehow fight to get out of this. I need to fight. This is the make or break moment. I'm definitely being cornered into a dangerous spot. However, if I can nimbly switch gears, everything might turn around at once. If I can just make this chain my weapon, I can kill Erika.
まさか復讐要求に応じるつもりですか。チェーンロックを外さずに脱出できるロジックは終わりなんですか。ないです。答えたら最後、ロジックエラーで直ちに敗北です。どちらを選べばいいかは明白。
そうだ、明白なんだ。どちらの手を選んでもエリカの望む最悪の展開となる。どっちを選んでも最悪なら、勝った時一番見返りのでかい握手を選ぶべきだ。
あんた、脱出のロジックもないのに、切り札もないのにレイズを受けるの？復讐要求を受けて勝負する気なの？
俺の手札は役なしかもしれない。だがな、一枚入ればストレートにもフラッシュにもロイヤルストレートにだって化ける手札なんだ。降りても乗っても地獄なら、勝った時奴の息の根を止められる方を選ぶ。
狂気の一手だわ。
Or he is insane.
狂人は時に自ら死地に飛び込むから奇跡を起こす。
不可能です。どうやってチェーンを破らずにこの密室を脱出するんですか。
英雄と異常者の差はたった一つよ。勝ったか負けたか、あんたの大勝負拝見させてもらうわ。
Let's go, Big Gamba! If I can finish things with this move, then as I predicted, I can kill Erika on my second move. I still can't think of a trick for escaping this locked room. However, there has to be something. There has to. And once I think of it, I can make a magic illusion of me changing into a butterfly and slipping out like smoke out of the crack in a chain-locked door. If I have even a drop of that mad mage's blood in my veins, if I can have just a shred of the glorious miracle that he was able to bring about, share it with me now.
さあ、バトラさん、あなたが私をチェックメイトすると予告した2手目をお願いします。
エリカ卿の復讐要求にお答えください。応ずるか拒否するか。
Slowly, Battler's hand stretched out to his king piece on the board. He lifted it up, and slowly, out at aloft, tracing a large circle in the sky. Would Battler respond, or wouldn't he? Would the lock caused by the chain be preserved, or wouldn't it? Would Battler's king crush a piece of the chain block that stood right in front of it? Or would it slip away like a ghost and escape? Alright, we save there and continue next time.
これが俺の王子だ。予告通りこの2手目でお前は終わりだ。行くぞ。ウルドエリカ
Infant Queen Bee. And still going. Battler's King became a black lightning bolt and crushed down onto the board. Oops. Where had it gone? On top of the piece of the chain lock? Or past that piece? Battler's King had left the chain lock piece in its place and had flipped past it.
そうですね。ここでチェーンロックは維持したままだと言えたら、そりゃあかっこいいでしょうね。でもね、かっこいいからってだけでなんていうか知ってます？
さあ、
後ろ宮バトル。
Yeah, do they?
っていうんですよ。ロジックエラー闘技を申請。あんたの今の赤き真実は今自らのロジックを自ら断ちました。中立審判員は直ちにジャッジメントを行ってください。ダイラムダデルタ教。
Oh, wait.
道義ジュリラムダデルタロジックは通るのね。検証を。
道義ジュリバトラ見せなさい。あんたのカード。バトルロイヤルストレートなのね。逆なしだったらごめんなさいじゃ済まないのよ。
ああ、ごめんなさいで済ます気。
ロジックエラーになったらゲーム版がぶっ飛ぶのよ。あんたはベアトからこのゲーム版を受け継いだわ。あんたの大切なベアトから受け取った唯一の形見なんでしょ。だからあんたは断じてロジックエラーを受け入れない。
A logic error only becomes established when the witch admits to it. As long as they keep thinking about new logic by which they could escape, they will not die. Cannot die. However, that is like being imprisoned in an endless living hell of the mind.
あんたは永遠に思考の闇に落ちて這いずり回ってもロジックエラーを拒否してこの密室から出る方法を永遠に考え続ける地獄に閉じ込められるのよ。いいのねいいのね。それって暴虐の深淵の次くらいに辛いわよ。10階建てビルの屋上と100階建てビルの屋上から飛び降りる程度の差しかないけれど。
ラムダバトラはもう手を差し終えた。一度刺した手はやり直せない。あなたは公正を誓った審判としてさっさと道義に従う。バトラの密室脱出ロジックが有効かどうかロジックエラーでないかどうかを判断しなさい。考古学者のようにゆっくりと緻密に慎重に。
Oh man.
アイスクリーム屋が甘くて香ばしいバニラ醤油味のアイスをディッシャーで力強く手際よくかき取るように素早くね。
Fuck do you mean soy sauce ice cream?
ええバトラそれでは拝見するわ。
ベアト、俺が待てる。
思いたくありません。あなたはかつても私と何度も戦い、私が望んでやまなかった奇跡にたどり着いた方です。だからきっと今回の奇跡を勝ち取ると。
ベアトリーチェって女はな、そういう 理性と狂気のギリギリでずっと戦ってきた俺に対する怒りと悲しみと言葉で言い表せないいくつもの感情を入り混じらせて、そして一番最後のゲームの最後の最後で見事勝ち取ったんだ。
That might have been the rank of hand in Beto's grip as she fell. Beto passed away without realizing that she had already won. In that final game, the true victor was Beto.
そのベアとから俺はこのゲーム盤を預かった。だから俺は勝つ。だからお前だけは信じろ、ベアトリーチェ。
信じて、奇跡が起こるなら。信じます。バトラさん。
Oh man. Then get out of here.
とっとと確認してください、ラムダデルタテを。ないんですよ、ロジックなんて。この密室から出る方法なんて存在しない。勇み足でしたよ、バトラさん。そりゃあこれで勝てればかっこいい。チェーンが破られてないのに姿を消せたなんて最高。かっこいい。不思議。泣いて。
So what is Oh my lord.
できるわけねえんですよ。これができたらまさに魔女。この密室から姿を煙のように消せたら認めるしかない。魔女の仕業だって。
エリカ卿は静かにラブナデルタ卿の検証中です。
Oh wait.
通って行って戻って詰めて。
With sweat gathering on her forehead, Lambda Delta inspected the movements of the pieces on Battler's side. She was as accurate and meticulous. Oh fuck! Why is that so hard for me to say? As an archaeologist, just as Birkenstow had told her to be. After gulping stiffly, Lambda looked between the formation of the pieces on the board and Battler's face, which remained tense but steady.
ラムダ。
検証を終了したわ。
ロジックが通るわけがない。
神様。
エリカ。
なんです。
とても残念だ。
どっちの意味にも取れるような。
楽しかったぜ。これで終わりだ。
だからどっちの意味だって言ってんですか。
静粛に。バトラの手の検証を終了したわ。判定は
Everyone's sweating.
有効。
Valid.
有効。
He's done it.
嘘よ。
Engage of Marionette.
判定は有効よ。赤き真実すべてに抵触しないロジックの提出を受け、その検証を終えたわ。
Wow. Thank you very much, Lambda. Very cool. How was it done?
魔女側プレイヤーの手および最後の復唱要求に応じた赤き真実は有効。バトラ、あんたを初めてすごいと思ったわ。
Yes. For the first time.
ね、お前のゲームはな、信じれば。
I was expecting it to be invalid and for him to be trapped in his mind for a billion years trying to figure out a way to make it actually valid.
ごめんなさい。 もっと強く信じていればこんなところまで追い詰められることは。
So happy. Beto flew onto Battler's chest, sobbing. Erica staggered backwards, shaking her head back and forth dizzily. In Birkenstyle, her face was like an expressionless mask. Then slowly it became a smile. For some reason, it seemed to be the sign of some horrible emotion.
見事です。よもやチェーンを破らずにこの密室を抜け出すとは感服です。
With her small hands, Eleanor started to applaud quietly. You know what? Maybe this seems a bit too happy. Hold on. I feel like something bad's about to happen. She was followed by Gertrude and then Cornelia. And then by Beto, Lambda Delta 2. Applause filled the room. Congratulations! You won!
お兄ちゃん、どうやって。
なるほど。思考が密室にとらわれた者には見えぬ手か。
ありえない。ありえない。
As Lambda Delta watched Erica, who was stunned and moaning in shock from despair she couldn't accept. She had to take her hat off to the strength of Battler's heart and intelligence at this critical moment, and to the power of his miracles. Just like Kinzo. Incredible. Ushiromiya Battler. I was so wrong to think that your power and Beto's would cancel each other out and bring an internal draw. I've suffered a total It's like kind of all be in Battler's mind or something, then not the reality. This doesn't feel right. And Burn, who realized your true strength. But thought she could get you to do what she wanted. Well, she suffered total defeat too. Burn is the witch who waits for miracles. You are the witch who summons miracles. You are not Burn's piece. In this moment, without a doubt, you have surpassed Burn. The fact that you only took a moment to think of a trick to escape this locked room really is nothing short of stunning. This feels too happy and good. Hold on, I'm bracing. Brace. Brace for impact. As Erica predicted, Battler had been hiding in the closet. Then, during the chaos in the bathroom, he had snuck out the door. Erica had guessed this much. He retroactively set the chain lock and sealed it to prevent Battler from doing this very thing. The chain lock cannot be reset from the outside, so it should have been impossible to escape from the locked room. However, by thinking outside of the locked room, Battler broke through it. We can use anyone to explain it, but let's go with the Peace Kyrie, his mother. Just like Battler, the other victims of the First Twilight have not been confirmed dead with the Red Truth. In other words, just like Battler, the others, including Kyrie, can still move. Also, they switch spots. Battler got out, Kyrie comes in, locks it, and then go hide somewhere. And the locked rooms are not sealed, so they can go out as they please. Kyrie came to save him. Kyrie followed behind Erica and waited in the hallway while the latter entered the guest room and sealed the door from the inside. Then, after Battler undid the chain lock and escaped, he entered the room in his place. And Kyrie reset the chain lock from the inside and hid in the closet, just like Battler had done. Yes. It is true that Battler isn't inside the guest room right now. However, that doesn't mean that no one else is inside of it. Kyrie took Battler's place in the closet. The one exception that Erica left unchecked, and is there still. Kyrie saved Battler. But all Erica needs to do is check the closet again. What are you doing? Huh?
どういうことよ。後ろ宮キリエにはバトラーを救えません。
Alright. This is what we were waiting for, but how can you just say that?
どうしてよ。キリエ エにバトラを助けられない赤き真実はないわ。というかあんた、どうして赤き真実が使えるの？
有効よ。ドラノールの赤き真実は
石剣抜刀許可申請。
許可します。やってください、ドラノール。
どうしてあんたがそれを許可できるのよ。
有効よ。公正なジャッジメントとして私がこの赤き真実を
Impartial judgment in my ass.
理由の開示なく？
すぐに開示するわ。すぐにね。
キリエの死亡宣言をバトラは赤き真実で語っていないわ。キリエには死んだふりが許される。そしてガムテープの封印は3部で使い切り、キリエの部屋を封じることはできないはず。なのにどうしてキリエにバトラが救えないなんて赤き真実が使えるの？赤き真実の根拠がないわ。
根拠はすぐに教えるわ。さあ、それよりラムダ、キリエではロジックを通せなくなったわ。バトラと入れ替わる他の駒にロジックを差し替えなさい。
ええ、バトラを助けられる駒はまだいるんだから。
Construct a lot. All we need is someone who can switch places with Balor. It doesn't have to be Kyrie.
なら夏日に差し替えるわ。後ろ宮夏日がバトラと入れ替わったのよ。
ドラノール、やっちゃってくだ。
良いです。
How are they allowed to do this, dude? Elnor's red longsword smashed Netsui's piece into little bits. Ow. How can Erika deny this logic without the detective's authority?
後ろ宮夏日にはバトラを救えません。
じゃあエヴァ、後ろ宮エヴァ。
後ろ宮エヴァにはバトラは救えません。
じゃあローザ、マリア。
The double.
無駄です。ローザにもマリアにも救えないのです。
What's with freaking the way your capitalization is working now, dude? Yeah, okay.
That sentence to this. Great equalizer is the this.
Bro. What is your basis for all this?
異議申請。エリカさんは探偵権限を持たないはずです。その彼女がどうしてガムテープの封印以外の赤き真実を使えるのですか？
What, you're gonna say that actually I duct taped the door shut too when I set the chain?
異議却下。探偵権限を持たないことがすなわち一切の赤き真実が使えないことを示しはしないわ。あるのよね。
ええ、あるんです。
探偵権限を持たない人間にも許されているいくつかの例外的な赤き真実が。
バカな、そんなものあるわけがない。
はい、ありはしません。しかし探偵権限を持たない人間にだけ許されたある行為が魔女によって容易に赤き真実に昇華できるほどの圧倒的信頼性を持った真実となり得るのです。
探偵以外の人間に許されたある行為。
まさかエリカ、お前。
ピーンときたわ。なるほどね。私の想像が
What did she do?
それは有効だわ。赤き真実。
わかりません。探偵権限がないことによって許される力なんてあるんですか？
There
一
is.
つだけある。
ようやく気づかれましたか。そうです。私はその力を得るためだけに今回探偵権限を放棄したのです。
Oh, what was I right when I was talking about it early on?
あなたは 気が向いたらいつでも探偵宣言をしていいと言ってくれましたね。でも残念なことに今探偵宣言が出せないんです。
ノックス、南條
ノックス第7探偵が犯人であることを禁ず。
そんな。
She's declaring herself the culprit? Finally, Beto realized everything. Yes, the detective's authority bestows several powers that are useful for reasoning. It eliminates one single privilege. That is Nox's 7th commandment. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit.
今回のゲームでは探偵権限のない人間には完全な検視はできない。だから死者は全員死んだふりで、それで自在に歩き回って数々のトリックを行っている。そのロジックで以後の不可能犯罪を進めようと思われていたのでしょう。
What, you're telling me she went around actually killing everyone? As she like checked the rooms?
私が探偵宣言をしないと言い出した時、あなたは内心これで勝ったと。あなたも狡猾です。ガムテープの封印を与え、一見慈悲を与えたように見せましたが、それは第1の番の犠牲者6人が全員生きていて、結託して以後の犯行を行える手はずを整えてあったからです。ですから6人を下回る3部屋分しか与えなかったのです。どの部屋をどう封じようと、あなたの手下は誰かが自由に行動できる。そのあたりからうまく私を追い込んでいこうと企んでいたのでしょう。しかし残念ですね。つくづくあなたの甘さにはうんざりします。バカな男です。
お前らの猿芝居にまんまと騙され、お前に慈悲を与えるというおごりを見せたことを俺は認める。それなら探偵権限などなくても人間にはあるんだ、絶対検視を誤らない方法が。
Is the human lying in front of you alive or dead? You can answer that question by examining the corpse. With just a quick glance, your chances of being right are 50-50 either way. Various bits of knowledge and experience can be used to obtain more precise results. However, no matter how much you do that, while you can't reach up to 99, you can never reach 100% accuracy. That's what most people would think. However, there is one way. One way to construct a perfect examination.
殺すということです。
It's insane, dude.
エリカ。
探偵権限のない私には犠牲者たちが死んでいるのか、そのふりをしているのか、ですからそれを確定させる必要がありました。そしてそれは彼らがおとなしく駒置き場に退場してくれて、以後のゲームをおかしな形でかき回さないでくれることが望ましいのです。だから私は慌ただしい屋敷内を駆け巡り、すべての現場を訪れ、全員をしっかりと殺しましたのです。
Nothing good about her at all.
もちろん殺し方も何でもいいわけじゃないわ。赤き真実で死を断定できる完璧な殺し方でなくてはならない。エリカはそれをしっかり踏まえて殺した。殺す行為そのものはいろいろだけど、その後殺した全員の頭部を完全に切断した。
What do you mean? How?
これは赤き真実に昇華するに十分な殺し方よね、ラムダ。
Yeah, but Battler didn't actually kill. It was all
頭部を切断されて
smoke and mirrors.
生きながらえる人間など存在しない。
返り血も浴びずに何人もの頭部を切断なんてできるんですか？
例えば厨房からゴミ用の大きなビニール袋を持ってきて、そしてビニールで死体全体を覆いながら作業すれば返り血はほとんど防げます。
Wouldn't they have like woken up and reacted to that?
もちろん包丁とビニールの人数分用 下手に持ち歩いて血ボタを廊下に走らせたり、自分の服を汚したりなんて無様な真似は一切しません。現場には私の指紋のついたビニールなどが残されているでしょうが、警察が来るまで物語が続かないこのゲームでは何の物証にもなりませんから、捨てていって何の問題にもならない。
That's fucking messed up, dude.
なのミステリーで許されると思ってんのか。
それをファンタジー側の魔女に言われるとは心外です。ご安心を。あなたは殺していません。時間の都合で最後に発見されたバトラさんだけ切断の時間が取れなかったのです。ですのでいただいたガムテープで部屋ごと封印させてもらったわけです。いえいえ、このシナリオを読み切ってわざと泳がせたかもしれないわけですが。あ、そうだ、殺したと赤で言えるついでにもう一つ赤で言えることがありました。
At that point, Erica stopped for a second. And still, she's really capable of an expression even uglier than the ones before. With that greatest of all faces, she spoke. Of course she would rub it in even more.
皆さん律儀に殺される直前の瞬間まで頑張って死んだふりをしていましたよ。マリアさんが一番頑張り屋さんでした。だってあの子、同じ部屋で先にお母さんが殺されてるってのにずっと
Jesus.
死んだふりをしてたんですよ。
They're devils. Up until now, many witch and demons had appeared in this tale, but this is the first time I've seen a true devil. At last, Beito understood the entire plot of this tale. This tale was just the story of a prank. Someone must have come up with the idea of playing a slightly harsh trick on their inconsiderate guest, who loved to show off her intelligence and act the part of a great detective. And several people had agreed to go along with it. The ones who would play the victims went to their assigned rooms, set the chain and lock from the inside, and play dead to create a fake locked room murder. If you think about it that way, the rooms chosen for the corpses seem to make more sense. It was only natural for Natsui to die in her own room. If you're going to play dead, it's only natural that you want to lie down in your own bed. Eva's vanity is strong, so she must have volunteered to die in the VIP room. Kyrie was in Krause's study. That was probably well air-conditioned and comfortable. Maria and Rosa were in the parlor. A soft sofa would have been a great place to play dead. Maria had gone the extra mile to make it look more realistic by lying dead alongside the wall. Battler was in the guest room. Temperature was also nice. The bed must have also been fairly pleasant. Yes. The victims for this first Twilight had all died in comfortable rooms. In past games, the corpses had often been found exposed in the courtyard or under the rose garden arbor, in the cold gardening shed or in the boiler room. This time, there were no victims in any such inhospitable environment. This is probably the truth. This was the story of a prank where no one was dead in the first place, and then this devil turned it into a genuine murder case.
エリカ教を罵る権利があなたにはあります。しかし今はそれによって矛盾の生じたロジックを新しく再提示する義務があります。
肺は肺に、塵は塵に、死体は死体に。さあバトラさん、ゲームを続けましょう。あなたと入れ替わってくれる人間を他に提出してください。でないとあなたのトリック、ロジックエラーに。
There's now no one who could come to the rescue. Circus killed every last one of them.
くそ、
What if someone from the other... no. I was gonna say, what if someone from the other guest room... Like, from one of the guest rooms, like, slipped out before she sealed up the doors. But that wouldn't have worked. Mostly because she specified everyone. And I think that was the whole reason for using everyone instead of names. Planning that far ahead, oh damn.
そうだ、クラウス、秀吉、ルドルフ、ジョージ、ジェシカ、シャノン、カノン、ケンジ、コーダ、熊沢、南條、誰でもいい。誰がここに来られれば、誰か来てくれ。
What is this sound? Oh my lord.
金系慎んで出頭するものなんや。
What is she, a One Piece character? Erica, who was now so excited that her punctuation was tumbling all over the place, pointed at two doors. It was the hallway on the second floor of the guest house. They were in front of the cousin's room, the next room over.
金系いとこ部屋のガムテープの封印と知りたまえ。
Oh my lord. I hate her so much.
金系隣部屋のガムテープの封印と知りたてまつれ。
さあお二方、そしてどうぞお茶の間のテレビの前の皆さんもご覧ください。双方の部屋の扉、ガムテープの封印をさあそのどちらもどうですか？破れてますか？破れてませんか？さあ高らかに赤き真実でお願いします。
金系慎んで申し上げる。どちらも破られていないものと知りたまえ。破られていない封印とはすなわち未だ何者の出入りも拒みたることの証と知りたまえ。封印を破らずしての出入り、改めて言うに及ばず不可能と知りたてまつれ。
グッドです。バトラー、ご覧の通りです。あなたを助けに来ることができる人間は
The victims of the first Twilight have all been killed, and the guest house is still sealed. No one can come to the rescue. Erica had anticipated this moment all that time ago. And that was why she had made the strategic move of suddenly sealing these two rooms. This resolved the confusion Cornelia had felt back then. Why wouldn't the human side player want as many free humans as possible? That was natural. That was a natural, simple question to ask. However, once you seal up all of the humans, there is no room for magic to intervene. Why is magic magic? Because people who saw it say that it was magic. Then, is it possible for magic to exist in a place with no people? There's no problem with that because there's no anti-magic toxin, right? Wrong. Magic in a place that isn't being witnessed is no different from a delusion, a daydream. Magic with results must be carried out by human hands. If all humans are sealed off, then magic cannot be created. This was Erica's strategy for this game, her beautiful checkmate.
誰が助けに来るんですか？跳ねたと入れ替わって代わりに浴室にとどまる。内側からチェーンロックをかけてくれた本当の人間を教えてください。入れ歯の話ですが。
さあバトラー、あなたのロジックは今断たれている。誰があなたを助けに来てくれたというね。あなたは今ロジックエラーを起こしている。
なって今それを考えてる。
バトラには2つの権利と1つの義務があるわ。1つの権利は新しいロジックを構築してもう1つの権利はロジックエラーを潔く認めること。そして1つの義務はそのどちらかを必ず選ばなければならないことよ。
慈悲はあるよ。それを選択することに対し課せられる時間制限。
Oh good, you get to think forever.
そうよ。それこそ無限に永遠にあるのだから。
きっとまだ方法が何か言い逃れのようなへりくつのような、とにかくきっと何かまだ方法が。
俺も考えてる。ベアトはどうだ。何かあったら教えてくれ。かつてのベアトならきっとなんとかできるはずなんだ。あいつはこういう密室をいくつも作ってみせたんだ。
Beto felt awful. Was she Beto and yet not? Surely the older her would have thought of a trick under these restrictions. If only she could do that, she could guide Battler to victory. But she couldn't do it as her current self.
きっといいトリックが思いつくわ。いつかきっと、多分おそらくね。無理だと思うけど。
ではバトラ、再び客室に戻るわよ。そここそがこれからのあなたの世界。
Once again, they returned to the slightly chilly guest room. It was the same room as before, of course, but it felt as though an unsettling darkness had crept in.
ここがこれからあなたの過ごす部屋よ。どんな方法でもいいから、あなたはこの部屋から抜け出せばいい。ただし条件があります。お分かりと思いますが、それはあなたが自ら貸したものです。まずこの部屋は内側から作られた密室です。窓の封印は健在ですので、窓からの脱出はありません。バスルームからの脱出方法ももちろんない。はっきり断言しましょう。この扉以外に脱出口はありません。しかしこの扉にはチェーンロックがかかっています。外すもかけ直すも自由ですが、それは内側からしかできません。そして扉から出ることさえ自由ですが、チェーンロックがかかっていない状態での退出は脱出とはなり得ません。あなたはチェーンロックを維持したままこの部屋から脱出してみせなくてはならない。
そんなできるわけが。
できるわけがないの？自らが作った密室だわ。
一箇所だけ扉とは異なる脱出口を設けておいたわ。それはバスルームにある。どうしてもバトラさんが脱出するトリックが思いつかない時のための慈悲深い我が主による救済です。
Mashing herself down the drain?
慎んで聞きなさい。
Arkansas guided Battler to the bathroom. It was just a normal bathroom. The setup intended to surprise Erica and buy Battler time was no longer working. However, the bundle of wire and the nippers that had been used to prepare that trap still lay in the empty bathtub.
脱出のための道具に使ってもいいと。
どうぞプレゼントするの。ただし何を使おうとも部屋の外から施錠はできない。封印もごまかせないけれどね。この道具はチェーンロックをごまかすためにあるんじゃないの。もっと直接的にあなたをこの部屋から脱出させるためにあるのよ。
どうやって使えと。
さすがベル、よくもつくづくそんなえぐいことを。
このバスルームから直接外部につながる出口があるの。どこか見つけられる？
まさか。
Down the drain.
頼む、教えてくれ。
そんな無理です。
頼む、どこだ？ ここでゲームを終わらすわけにはいかねえんだ。
トビオクソの
あるじゃないですか。この部屋から出ていける丸い穴が。ちょっと小さいけれどね。
そこの浴槽の底の排水口、そこからならチェーンロックを維持したまま外へ出られるわよ。でも確かにその出口から出るにはあなたの体は大きすぎる。だからそこから出られるように道具
And escape through the drain? How? Couldn't mean using the nippers for 100 years to widen that hole, right? Atler and Beto had already realized that to figure this demonic way out that the demons were proposing.
このニッパーであんたの体を通れるサイズにすればいいんです。
プチプチブチブチのんびりとお風呂の中で温かなシャワーでも浴びながら自分の体を足の指あたりから少しずつちぎって戻す。それを繰り返せばあら不思議、あなたはいつの間にか密室を脱出しているわ。
Lord.
不思議ですね、我が主。それって兄弟揃って同じ末路ですね。
Shut up. Oh my lord.
でもベル、それじゃあ最後にペンチを握ってる手だけが残っちゃうじゃない。
そこで今度は針金の出番なのよ。あらかじめバトラは手首を針金で縛って、その針金の先端を扉の隙間から廊下へ伸ばしておきなさい。手首くらいならチェーンロックの隙間からもきっと出られるよ。そこまで小さくできたら私が廊下から針金を引っ張ってあなたをそこから救い出してあげるわ。
我が主、引っ張ったらそれください。バトラの手首。
Alright, weirdo, what are you gonna do with
何
it?
に使うなら。でもダメよ。孫の手にするって決めてあるから。そしたらそれであんたの背中もポリポリしてあげるわ。
はい、我が主。バトラの手首で孫の手。主に背中ポリポリ。
Why are they like this? Dude.
あいつらがうるさい。
Yes.
イラつく、ムカつく。
Very much.
大丈夫。すぐに静かになるわ。あなたの思考を乱す一切のノイズは永遠になくなるわ。
そいつは嬉しいぜ。静かになって。
これは地獄の生還者からの忠告よ。この賑やかさをよく楽しんでおきなさい。あんたをムカつかせる悪行増言さえ永遠の静寂の中では正気を保つ温かな思い出になりうるんだから。ベルンやエリカが憎いならばそれはベルンたちの選別よ。憎しみがある限りあなたは諦めずに済む。諦めるってのはね、ここでは意味が違うのよ。諦めてなお得られぬ地獄が永遠であることを今のうちから覚悟なさい。今あなたは生還者。じゃああなた私もね、たまにね、あの恐怖が蘇るのよ。私は本当にこの地獄を抜けられたのかしらって。実は私の心はとっくにおかしくなっていて。
You probably did.
あの地獄の中に未だにいながらここにこうしていて楽しくあんたたちと話をしているという未だに悪夢に怯えさせられるの。だから私はこれが夢でないと永遠に感じ続けていなきゃならないの。ねえ、あんたたちは本当に現実？未だに地獄の中にいて壊れた私が見ている妄想じゃないの？ねえねえ。
There was something that lent itself to this pleading expression that sent shivers down this way. It was probably more terrifying than any threatening word she could ever use, even with the most vile expression on her face. It was time for Battler to realize. A logic error isn't so sympathetic that you can just stick out your tongue. That's for fitness and say you be more careful next time. Even if you feel that the fight is at a point where you can't back down, risking a logic error by leaving things up to chance is never a risk you should take. It was time for him to pay up, to understand the true risk and terror implied by the words betting one's life on a fight. Which must sound so exciting for a man. For a man.
私も真剣に考えます。この部屋から脱出するトリックを一生懸命考えますから、きっと助けに来ますから。
絶対に考えついてやるからな。見てろ。
ではお名残惜しいけど、これで私たちは退出しましょう。これ以上彼の仕事の邪魔はできない。それではバトルさん、あなた風に言うと See you again. Have a nice day.
Isn't that what Angie said though? Not Battler.
じゃあねバトラー、しっかりね。
バトラさん、絶対諦めないで。必ずトリックは思いつきますから。
Angie got it from him.
私も考えて、必ず助けに来ますから。
You mean when he was still cringe?
ベアト。
Before he could finish saying Beto's name, they all disappeared. They hadn't disappeared in a golden spray or turned into butterflies and flown away. As if there had never been anyone but him in this room to begin with. Battler blinked once and everyone else was gone. Nothing remained. Not their voices, their presence, their warmth, nor even the faint perfume Beto had worn. The frigid air of the room was wrapped only in the lonely sound of the wind and rain. But that overpowering feeling of isolation, I finally began to realize how horrible a punishment this would be.
ふざけやがって。こんな部屋簡単に出られるじゃねえか。いいか、部屋ってのはな、出たり入ったりができるようになってるんだぜ。それができなかったら部屋とは言わねえんだよ。
It's stupid. It's easy to undo a lock and chain from the inside. Damn it, for some reason I've always been clumsy, and undoing chain locks always gives me trouble. Aha, it's off. So what a stupid puzzle. Look, now the door opens freely, see? Hey, what's this cold feeling on my neck? Hell is this? And here we are again. Why is there only a chain? Or why is there only this iron collar on my neck? It's attached to a chain? Damn it, who'd do something like that? When I reset the chain lock, it disappears. And when I undo it, it comes back. The chain is pretty long, so I can make it a little way out into the hallway. But I can't go far from the door. If I close the door, stand on the outside and stick my hand through the crack, and just somehow set that chain. Why, have I always been so clumsy? I'm not really clumsy, it's just that me and chain locks don't go well together. Damn it. I hate chain locks. I hate chains. Why won't it work? Why can't I set the chain lock from the outside? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Ito called out to Battler repeatedly, shaking his shoulders hard, but by now, Battler's eyes were blank. The words didn't reach him. Arkansas and Erica had already left. The game was officially suspended until Battler could think of a new trick, but it was doubtful that it would be resumed even after 1,000 years or more.
じゃあ私も行くわ。ごきげんよう、二人とも。
ごきげんようじゃありません。 すぐにトリックを思いついてゲームを再開しますから。お時間は取らせません。だからまだとどまっていてください。
同じ言葉を私たちは何人もの魔女に言わせてきたわ。そうして本当にゲームを再開できた魔女は幾人と知らない。私が知る限りそれは私とベルンだけよ。
どうしてそんな地獄を知っている人がその地獄に人を突き落とすんですか？退屈だから？それだけのために？
ええ、そうよ。退屈から逃げるためよ。退屈になるとね、思い出すからよ、あの地獄を。そしてね、相手を地獄に落とすことによってね、私は突き落とす側の人間なんだ。だからここは地獄じゃないって実感し続けなきゃ、あの地獄の恐怖にとらわれてしまうのよ。
あなたたちに抜けられた地獄なら必ず彼も抜けられます。私が助け出します。絶対に。
絶対に。この絶対の魔女ラムダデルタを前にしてあんたは絶対を誓うの？
はい、絶対に。
いいわ。かつてのあんたの後見人は私だもの。今のあんたは異なるとはいえ、最後に一つだけ世話を焼いてあげるわ。置き土産をあげる。
それは何ですか？
希望よ。あんたが絶対を捨てない限り必ず叶うという希望よ。
I was expecting her to be a bit more mean.
いい？かつてのあんたは無限の魔女ベアトリーチェ。かつてあんたは不可能犯罪を歌った推理小説に憧れて、それによって魔女の存在を主張して魔法をあまたに認めさせ、魔女への階段の一つとしたわ。
推理小説？
そう。かつてのあんたは立派な読書家。
Loved
推理
reading.
小説を愛し、密室犯罪を愛した。不可能犯罪の超エキスパートだった。あなたはいくつもの密室トリックを読み漁り、究極にして一なる原始のトリックに気づき、それを魔法体系の核にしたわ。バトラはあんたに言わなかった？かつてのあんただったらきっとこの窮地でもトリックを思いつくって。私がそれを認めるわ。絶対の魔女ラムダデルタの名で保証する。かつてのあんたならきっとこの密室トリックを解き明かしてみせる。
Time to go find your
それが
elder you and like
私からあん
use
たへ
to.
の置き土産よ。じゃあね。あんたはこの絶対の魔女に対し絶対と誓ったわ。だからさよならは言わない。また近いうちに。
はい、また近いうちに。
Lambda Delta have vanished into thin air. I left behind in the witch's tea room, where the two who have held the title of the Endless Witch. One had empty eyes, the other supported the first by his side. Ironically, it was the exact opposite of how their relationship had been in the previous game. Dude. Demon wedding ceremony. Oh boy. 5 more hours? Now we can save that for next time. Not you. Go away. That'll be next time. Probably Monday. I want to just relax and do nothing tomorrow. Oh, man. So what? They, after leaving, they were like, oh, wait, never mind. Let's have a wedding instead. Never understand those two. So evil. I hate them. All Battler has to do is think. Oh no. Here, let's have this one playing. There's still so much music. So I wonder if some of this is from the first 4 episodes that I haven't unlocked because I technically haven't gone through it. Or if are these all actually eventually gonna play in like the next couple. Deserved it for giving Erica tape. Shouldn't have given her the tape. Oh god, dude. Battler, why? He just needs to think of a way out. How do you reset the chain from the inside and escape? He's already declared that Battler isn't in the room. So how do you walk out of that, dude? Oh man. I definitely can think of a way. Also, freaking Erica just saying that she actually went up to kill everyone is insane. Oh man, I suspected it for a moment, I'm pretty sure. At the beginning, when she said that she was gonna throw away that right of being the detective's like proclamation. But I didn't really think much upon it, man. I kind of wish I did think a little bit more about it. She's dedicated, she's deranged, more like insane. Get her out of here. I knew I was right to hate her. But yeah, this freaking a wild set of chapters. I guess we'll be ending here and then pick this up Monday. Probably finishing the last of episode 6. And then maybe... I don't know, do I want to start episode 7 right away? Maybe give it a week? We'll see how I feel again. Because I was thinking of putting a break between episode 4 and 5 and then didn't really end up doing it at all. We'll see if I feel the same about how soon I want to start episode 7. But for now, that's going to be it. As always, anyone want to watch me, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Next time being Monday with the rest of episode 6. I don't know, play more Thai on Tuesday. And who knows what I'm going to do the following days. We'll decide as we get to it. Till then.